Chapter 8:10. She watched him say such a thing in front of the child with a straight face. Lin Che turned around and rolled her eyes at him. Lin Che said, "Anyway, I've decided to go. Whoever wants to be my family can come with me. If not, I won't force you." Humph. Gu Jingze and Gu Xinian looked at each other. Then they looked at Lin Che, who lifted her foot and walked out. This woman was already so old, but she still had the nature of a child. What nonsense was she thinking every day? Gu Jingze and Gu Xinian lowered their heads in resignation. On this day, Gu Xiande had already called Lin Che and told him to go back. Gu Jingze said, "Grandfather, you're not feeling well recently. Don't tire yourself out. Lin Che is here. You can see him anytime you want. It'll be the same when you get better." Gu Xiande said, "I also want to see my great-grandson. I'm old, and I don't have many days left. I won't be able to see him anymore." "Alright, you're the family head now. Can I still control you? What are you afraid of? You don't have to be afraid of anyone now." Gu Jingze thought for a moment and looked in Lin Che's direction. "Alright, I'll take them home for dinner tonight. Okay, I'll ask the chef to prepare something that Xiao Che and the child like to eat. Tell me what they like to eat. Anything is fine. It doesn't have to be anything special." Gu Jingze said to Lin Che, "Grandfather wants to see the child." Lin Che turned around. Although she wasn't the type to abhor evil, she had suffered so much because of Gu Xiande. If she had to see him, she would naturally be a little unwilling. Gu Jingze looked at her. "If you don't want to, I'll reject him now. You can think about it later." Lin Che held him down. "Forget it. What's there to reject? Think about it later." She was going to see him sooner or later anyway. She might as well meet him now. Lin Che said, "I think since grandfather said he wants to see the child, he won't make things difficult for me. It's fine to meet him." However, if she didn't like him, she definitely wouldn't be particularly enthusiastic. In the past, it was because she liked her grandfather at that time that she was very close to him. Now that it was just a relationship where they had to meet, she couldn't guarantee that her face wouldn't turn black. In any case, it all depended on his mood. Gu Jingze said, "Don't worry. I won't let him make things difficult for you." He secretly squeezed her hand and thought for a while before saying, "But I still have to tell you that grandfather's days are numbered." "What?" Lin Che was momentarily astonished. Previously, he had always felt that his body was still fine. Furthermore, with so many people attending to him and the medical equipment they used was all the most advanced, there should be a problem that could be detected at any time. Gu Jingze said, "Grandpa got lung cancer a few years ago. Now, a lot of his lungs have been cut off, and his trachea almost needs to be replaced by an artificial one. His body looks fine, but it's much worse than before. Lung cancer, it's so serious." Lin Che knew that it was probably because of the Gu family. If it was an ordinary family, it would have been long gone. However, he had persisted for so many years and nothing had happened to him. Gu Jingze said, "So he won't care about anything now." Lin Che said, "But even if he doesn't have much time left, I won't forgive what he did to us back then just because of this. It's not that I'm not benevolent enough. It's that he didn't even want his own great-grandson, which shows that he has no feelings for me at all. I just won't say anything harsh to him because he's sick." This was under the premise that he wouldn't say anything harsh to her. Gu Jingze said, "Of course." He held Lin Che's hand and said, "I won't let him say anything harsh to you, but I think he won't do that." She looked up and smiled at him. The two of them drove to the Gu family's house with the child. It was a fresh experience for the young master of the Gu family to enter the house. The servants were already waiting at home and couldn't wait to meet the young master. Previously, they had only heard that the young master was very smart and quick-witted. Gu Jingze had brought him to the company the moment he came back. He had already informed the shareholders that he would be trained from a young age. It seemed that this process was the same as Gu Jingze's, who was confirmed as the heir at the age of 3. However, what was different was that Lin Che's family background had been criticized from the beginning, but now it was forcefully supported by Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze's actions made the Gu family, who had originally wanted to stand on Miss Yun's side, give up on the idea. Gu Jingze had already confirmed Lin Che's position, and it might not be shaken in the future. They couldn't treat Lin Che lightly. After getting out of the car, Lin Che looked at the place he hadn't seen for a long time. He hadn't been here for a long time, so he was still a little unused to it. However, the servants seemed to be even more respectful towards him. When they saw Gu Xinian coming down, they were also very respectful. The servants in the 2 rows bowed their heads and greeted, "Greetings, sir, madam, young master." Lin Che noticed that Gu Jingze's way of addressing him had changed from second young master to sir. This was because he had already succeeded as the master of the Gu family. Hence, the way they addressed him had also changed. Lin Che smiled at everyone. Gu Jingze pulled Gu Jingze inside. Mu Wanqing was sitting inside. When she saw Lin Che, she smiled and was still a little worried. She looked at Nian Nian and quickly waved. "Nian Nian, come quickly to Grandma." Gu Xinian was very obedient when he arrived. He raised his head politely and greeted, "Grandma." "Ah, how nice." She looked at Lin Che. "This child is exactly the same as Jingze when he was young. It makes me feel like I'm looking at Jingze." Lin Che was speechless. She thought so too. At first, she didn't think that genes were that powerful. However, as she watched Nian Nian grow up bit by bit, she increasingly felt that the power of genes was too powerful. Mu Wanqing pulled Lin Che and whispered, "If Grandpa wants to see you alone later, I won't allow it. Don't worry." Lin Che knew that Mu Wanqing was worried. He smiled and patted Mu Wanqing, holding the back of his hand tightly. "Mom, don't worry. I won't let Grandpa do anything to me." Mu Wanqing's eyes were still not calm. However, just as she was about to say something, she saw Gu Xianda walk out. "Xiao Che." His voice had changed a lot. It was probably because of the artificial trachea. Lin Che turned to look at him and realized that he looked even older. His face was full of wrinkles, and the age spots at the corners of his eyes were becoming more obvious. However, Lin Che still couldn't believe that he would chase after her and ask her to abort the child. She could only greet him indifferently. However, she saw Gu Xianda walking over. Behind him, the person holding him was Yun Luo. Chapter 8:11. Gu Xianda said, "Xiao Che, how are you?" He was walking over. Behind him, Yun Luo's dress wrapped around her body. It was embroidered with fine, transparent lace flower petals. It looked elegant and decent, yet it did not lose its elegance. When Yun Luo saw Lin Che and Gu Jingze, he smiled at Lin Che. "Hello, Lin Che. We meet again. I was visiting Grandpa and you guys came too." "Yeah, it was too much of a coincidence." Lin Che looked at Gu Xianda. He wanted to say something serious but he took back his words. He smiled and said, "Grandpa, I'm very well. Thank you for your concern." Gu Xianda lowered his head to look at Gu Xinian. When he saw this child, it was as if he saw Gu Jingze when he was young. Actually, Gu Xianda had asked someone to take a picture of him in the past. He had secretly taken it for him to see. He didn't think much of it in the picture because he didn't look like Gu Jingze. But when he stood in front of him, he looked very much like Gu Jingze. He had liked Gu Jingze since he was young. That was why he had established his position as the heir at the age of 3. He liked him more than he liked Gu Jingming and Gu Jingyu. First of all, he saw the same feeling he had in the past from this child. Even if Gu Jingze was disobedient now, he didn't let him down. Reality proved that he had good foresight. He could see that this child would have a bright future at such a young age. Now, looking at Gu Xinian, he felt the same way. This child would definitely have a bright future. He wouldn't be any worse than his father. Of course, he regretted treating his great-grandson that way. But he had no choice but to do it. Now that he thought about it, if he could go back to that time, he would probably do the same thing. Moreover, if he knew that Gu Jingze would retaliate so fiercely, he would have been even more ruthless. But as the head of the family, he had to do it for the family. As a grandfather, he regretted it. Such a cute child. He wanted to be his great-grandfather and watch him walk around his knees. He said, "Child, Nian Nian, good. Just like Jingze when he was young. Xiao Che, you have a good son." Lin Che was really lucky to have met a good man like Jingze who was loyal to her. Now, the child she gave birth to looked different from ordinary people. In the future, he would definitely protect his mother and Dr. Lin Che. Gu Xiande had no choice but to accept it. However, Gu Xiande cast a sidelong glance at Yun Luo, who was behind him. Yun Luo's presence here won't affect us. She's just here as a guest. Let's eat our own food. Lin Che thought to himself, that's right, there won't be much of an impact. Gu Xiande just wants to be a matchmaker and make Yun Luo rely on Gu Jingze more. Even if Gu Xiande was no longer the patriarch, this was still his home. So what if he wanted to invite 1 or 2 people over? No one could refute him. No one could chase Yun Luo away. Glancing at Lin Che, Gu Jingze spoke first, "It's fine. Yun Luo is also my friend. If she wants to be my guest, then let her be my guest. It's no big deal." As Gu Jingze spoke, he raised his head and asked Mu Wanqing, "Mother, it's time for dinner, right? Let's eat. I'm hungry." "Oh, okay, of course." At the dining table, Yun Luo sat there and looked at Lin Che and Gu Jingze. "Jingze, oh yeah, I've always wanted to give you the tie that I got someone to bring back from Paris, but I didn't get the chance." As she spoke, she even glanced at Lin Che, as if to say that Lin Che wouldn't give her a chance here. Who was she to give her a chance? Humph. She even gave a man a tie. Was she trying to embarrass Lin Che in front of him? Lin Che glanced at the tie. It was red with a floral pattern. How uncouth. Humph, Gu Jingze said, "There are plenty of these things at home. Don't bother so much next time." Yun Luo hurriedly said, "It's not a bother. It's not a bother at all. These are all things that I want to do. After all, you've helped me so much. I still need your help with my heart disease." Gu Jingze glanced at it and didn't take it. Gu Xiande frowned. "Jingze, Luo took the trouble to give it to you. Just take it. It's just a tie. Do you think that Lin Che is unhappy? You're friends with Yun Luo. It's not like there's anything going on between you and her. Aren't you trying to cover it up?" "That's right. Just take it. It's just a tie." Lin Che took a deep breath. He looked at Gu Xiande and said directly. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che and said, "All right. Since my wife has said so, thank you." Everyone at the table almost choked when they heard this. The helpers at the side also wanted to choke. Did these words come out of Gu Jingze's mouth? Gu Jingze had always been a person who thought highly of himself. He wouldn't show weakness easily and he never talked nonsense to others. Since when did he know how to speak in such a roundabout way? Lin Che looked at Gu Jingze. What did he say? In front of so many people. Seeing that everyone's mouths were so wide open that even a fly could fly in, Lin Che kicked Gu Jingze's leg hard. Don't make people hate me for no reason. Yun Luo was already speechless. She lowered her head and ate without saying a word. She looked like a little wife who had been bullied. The meal was full of snacks. After eating, Lin Che quickly used the excuse of rinsing his mouth and left. When he returned, everyone had already gone to do what they were supposed to do. Gu Jingze was in the lounge. Lin Che saw him from the window outside. Seeing him place the tie that Yun Luo had given her on the table in front of her, she was infuriated. Great, he really took it, didn't he? She walked in angrily and looked at Gu Jingze with narrowed eyes. Her cat-like eyes were full of anger. Gu Jingze. She stood there with her hands on her hips, looking like she was going to interrogate him. Gu Jingze said, just in time. Come over here. There are fruits here. Eat some after dinner to help with digestion. Oh, so you know that I have indigestion today. Lin Che walked in with big strides, looking aggressive. Ha! Gu Jingze looked up at her. He really thought that she had indigestion. What's wrong with you? Lin Che slapped his hand away and said, take your little sister Yun's gift and go away. Don't touch me, lest you touch a commoner like me. I'm not worthy of your little sister Yun's freshness and beauty. Gu Jingze was stunned. Then, a light smile appeared on his face. He pinched her lips, which were big enough to hold an oil bottle, and said, you look really unique when you're jealous. Her lips were pinched and flattened like a duck's. She grunted and said, ouch, it hurts. Hearing that, Gu Jingze quickly let go. She looked down at Lin Che's mouth, her face full of shock and annoyance. Did I use force? Sorry, let me see. Why does it hurt? Chapter 8:12. Actually, Lin Che didn't really feel much pain. No matter how much strength he used, it wouldn't hurt much. She said it on purpose, but seeing Gu Jingze's concerned and frightened expression, she felt much better. She knew that he was good to her, and she also understood that it wasn't his fault. She pursed her lips and said, now that you have little sister Yun, you don't care about me at all. Gu Jingze really thought that he had hurt her. He knew that he was too strong, so he didn't control his strength well. He quickly lowered his head and touched her mouth. He carefully looked at her small lips. Her red lips were like jelly, with a little reflection. They were indeed very delicate lips. He felt upset and thought that he had to be more careful next time. This woman was very delicate. Her skin was so delicate, and her body was so delicate. Her lips were also so easily hurt. He felt that she was too fragile, and he didn't know how to treat her. How could it be? Why would I hurt you on purpose? I really didn't do it on purpose. How does it hurt? Do you want me to apply medicine? Is it broken inside? His face was full of anxiety, and his brows were already tightly knitted together. He wanted to pry open her mouth to take a look, but he didn't dare to reach out to touch her again. Lin Che finally couldn't help but break out in laughter. She also jumped up and said to him, I'm just teasing you, silly. She jumped up and said to him, I'm just teasing you, idiot. I'm not made of paper. How can I be crushed with just a pinch? You're really gullible. With your IQ, how dare you laugh at me? I can say now that you can become the CEO of the Gu family. Wouldn't I be the president of the United Nations? Gu Jingze's face darkened. Great, this Lin Che really dared to tease everyone now. Gu Jingze, who knew that he was being teased, looked at Lin Che and narrowed his eyes dangerously. Like an eagle, he stared sinisterly at her smiling face. Only she could make a fool out of him. Only she dared to come in and denounce him for his crimes. He looked at this little woman and snorted. He jumped over the sofa and jumped towards her. Seeing that he was chasing after her, Lin Che picked up the pillow on the sofa and hit him. "Ah, Gu Jingze, what are you doing? What do you think I'm going to do? Come back and see how I'll deal with you." Is this domestic violence? Lin Che ran around the table and threw everything he picked up at him. Naturally, she didn't dare to use any sharp objects. Instead, she used tissue boxes, packaging, and the like. Gu Jingze easily dodged them one by one and continued to chase after Lin Che. Seeing that he was about to catch up, Lin Che shouted at him in fear, "Oh, Gu Jingze, are you serious? If you come any closer, I'll scream." Gu Jingze snorted. "Of course I'm serious. If you know what's good for you, you'd better come over. Otherwise, if I catch you later, I'll spank you." "Bah, bah, bah. You said you were going to beat me up. Why would I go over to ask for a beating? I'm not that stupid." Lin Che continued to run. After circling a few times, there was really no place to hide, and there was nothing left to throw. She looked at the direction of the door and ran. However, just as she opened the door a little, his hand had already reached out from behind. Closing his hand, he pushed the small gap in the door shut. He didn't retract his hand, but he moved his body closer to Lin Che. Lin Che felt his strong masculine aura approaching. She cried out in her heart. "Oh no! I can't run away now." As expected, when she turned around, she saw his face pressing down on her. He had one hand on the door and was pounding on it. There was a sinister smile on his lips. His thin lips were slightly curled up. It looked like he was in a good mood. "Run. Are you still going to run?" Lin Che shook her head hurriedly. Why would she run? She couldn't run away. He said, "Hit me." "Are you still going to hit me?" Lin Che shook her head again. She couldn't beat him anyway. Gu Jingze said, "How dare you tease me? Let's see if I..." He lifted her up with one hand. Gu Jingze, put me down." "What are you doing?" Lin Che shouted. "What am I doing? What did I say just now?" "I'm going to spank you," he said cheerfully. Lin Che's face darkened. He wasn't really going to spank her, was he? But she had forgotten that Gu Jingze really meant what he said. He placed her horizontally on his lap, and with one hand, he spanked her butt. "Look at how brave you are. You actually dare to hit me and throw things at me. Do you still dare to do it?" Gu Jingze said as he spanked her. "I don't dare to." Lin Che wanted to cry. How old was she? Her child was already so big. She couldn't even get spanked every day and year. Today, she was actually being spanked by Gu Jingze. What the hell? However, she didn't know that her scream just now was too real and shrill. So much so that, outside, the door was pushed open. When Yun Luo stood at the door and saw the scene inside, she was startled. What? What happened here? Yun Luo saw that Gu Jingze was holding on to Lin Che, and the floor was littered with broken pieces of things. The place looked as if it had just been through a catastrophe. It was a mess. What was even more shocking was naturally the couple. "What are you doing?" Gu Jingze paused. His relaxed and enthusiastic expression suddenly became cold, like a window that had absorbed cold air. He put down Lin Che in his hand and let Lin Che stand next to him. After the fight just now, Lin Che's hair was all messy and her face was flushed red. She looked as if she had just exercised. Her hair was still stained with sweat, but she didn't look ugly at all. Instead, she looked very healthy. Gu Jingze looked at Yun Luo and said, "Oh, we were just fooling around for nothing." Yun Luo looked at the two of them, only to see Gu Jingze reaching out his hand to remove a strand of hair from Lin Che's forehead. He smiled and flicked her forehead. "She teased me just now. I'm returning the favor." Lin Che's forehead hurt from the flick. She wrinkled her nose at him in protest. "What? What do you mean I teased you? Why not? It's obviously because you're too stupid." "Alright, Lin Che. Say that again." Yun Luo's heart skipped a beat again. Lin Che actually dared to speak to Gu Jingze like that and to tease him. However, it was obvious that Gu Jingze wasn't angry at all. For a moment, she was really envious. She thought that Gu Jingze could actually treat a woman like this. Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che with a doting and gentle expression. It was as if he was looking at his mischievous daughter. It was so loving that no matter what Lin Che did, he would definitely not be angry. Even if he looked angry, he was definitely pretending to be angry. Chapter 8:13. This kind of man was really heartwarming to look at. Paired with Gu Jingze's deep features. A man who was usually cold and emotionless was showing warmth in front of a woman. This kind of feeling was even more heartwarming. She really yearned for this kind of Gu Jingze. She really wanted Gu Jingze to treat her like this, even if it was just for one day. However, Gu Jingze only looked at Lin Che attentively. After a while, he seemed to remember that Yun Luo was watching from the side. He smiled and said, "I'm sorry to have let you see us. We don't usually do this. It's just that she wasn't being nice today." However, he didn't look embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled proudly, as if he was looking at his own child. No matter what his child did, it would always be cute in the eyes of his parents. Hence, no matter what Lin Che did, in Gu Jingze's eyes, it was something to be proud of. Yun Luo remembered what her father had said to her in the morning. Her father had said that Gu Xiande would help her. She didn't have to be afraid. In the future, Gu Jingze would still be hers. The Yun family had paved the way for Yun Luo so that she could continue on her path and become the young mistress of the Gu family. Hence, she had to be patient and work hard. She couldn't run away on her own anymore. She looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che. "It's nothing. I just thought that something had happened." Unexpectedly, it was Lin Che who had caused a ruckus in the lounge. Gu Jingze didn't care at all and even helped her cause a ruckus. Looking at the situation, Yun Luo thought that Lin Che was really spoiled and arrogant. She even dared to cause a ruckus in the Gu family and cause such a ruckus in the lounge. Gu Jingze didn't look like he was going to leave after hearing her words. He smiled at her and said, "You won't laugh at me, will you?" Yun Luo laughed and said, "Of course not. We're friends. I'm happy to see you guys happy." Lin Che's jaw almost dropped. What was she playing at? Why was she pretending to be a good friend? Her thoughts were written all over her face. However, it seemed like she was determined to stay here and be a good friend. This made Lin Che feel even more disgusted. In comparison, this kind of white lotus flower style shamelessness was even more infuriating than those arrogant and conceited young misses. Who was he trying to show off that submissive appearance of his? Gu Jingze looked at her indifferently. There seemed to be a hint of suspicion in his eyes. Then, he raised his eyebrows without batting an eyelid. "All right. Actually, it's nothing much. We're just having a little fun. You don't have to worry about us." Yun Luo laughed dryly. "Yeah, I know. Oh right, Grandpa has invited me to stay over tonight. It's right next to yours. If we have nothing to do tonight, we can chat and drink red wine together. You're staying here." Lin Che was even more shocked. This woman's face was much bigger than he had imagined. Lin Che forced a smile at her. Gu Jingze was also smiling. He lowered his head and looked at Lin Che. You don't like red wine, do you? Lin Che's eyes widened. What did he mean? He liked to drink. Was he going to taste wine? Looking at Lin Che's angry eyes, he immediately laughed. His slender fingers lifted Lin Che's chin, and he said with narrowed eyes, I don't like it either. I like drinking the wine you brewed. Lin Che said vaguely, I don't know how to brew wine. Do you have any ready-made wine here? It's more intoxicating than any wine. His lips gradually moved closer to hers. His eyes were lowered, and his eyelashes were long and slender. Those thick eyelashes covered half of his eyes, and the other half of his black pupils were filled with intoxication. It was as if the sweet dew in her mouth was really aged wine. His lips pressed against hers and did not leave. Instead, he stuck out his tongue and began to explore the fragrance in her mouth. Lin Che was instantly stunned. He glanced sideways at Yun Luo. Yun Luo's face flushed red. She had never imagined that Gu Jingze would directly kiss Lin Che's lips and tongues in front of her. Not to mention Yun Luo, even Lin Che had not expected this at all. However, he stirred the tip of her tongue. That skillful kissing technique, coupled with his meticulous expression, seemed to have sucked away her soul in an instant. Before she could say anything else, she had already fallen into his passionate kiss. It was the first time Yun Luo had seen such a beautiful kissing posture. It was the first time she had seen such a passionate side of Gu Jingze. He was like a domineering king, passionately sucking on the beauty in his arms, hugging her and claiming all of her in an instant. That look was so manly. Yun Luo looked at the rosy lips and felt that Gu Jingze's lips must be very soft. His kiss must be especially enchanting. That was why Lin Che's expression was instantly mesmerized. Yun Luo couldn't help but feel her mouth go dry. She couldn't help but think that if she was the one being kissed by him, however, it was Lin Che. Gu Jingze gently licked Lin Che's lips before letting go of her. He turned his head and said to Yun Luo calmly, All right, good night. We'll go into the room first. It was a tradition to stay here for the night. As long as they ate here at night, they would basically stay here. Originally, they had even considered going back. But now, Gu Jingze suddenly didn't mention going back and directly brought her into the room. It looked like he had already decided to stay for the night. Lin Che's lips were still soft. After entering the room, she saw Gu Jingze taking off his jacket. She listened to the sounds outside and didn't know if Yun Luo was really going to stay here tonight. Anyway, he wouldn't be able to see her in the room. However, just as Lin Che turned around, she saw that Gu Jingze, who had just taken off his jacket, had already leaned over again. Lin Che was stunned. She saw that two of the buttons on his shirt had already been undone, revealing the faintly discernible honey-colored skin underneath. He messily tugged at his shirt and looked at Lin Che. I haven't finished cleaning up just now. Don't tell me you think that a few spanks will be enough. It's not over yet. Why is he so vengeful? Lin Che hurriedly begged for mercy. Gu Jingze, don't be like this. You're such a wise and powerful CEO who has to deal with so many affairs every day. There's no need for you to be so calculative with a woman like me. Gu Jingze harumphed as he looked at this typical fence-sitter. The combination of this woman and the villain made people feel even more helpless towards her. Gu Jingze harumphed and moved a little closer. He rubbed against her body and pressed against her head. She happened to be able to see the muscles under his white shirt. Looking in from the direction of the collar, those muscles were extremely clear, even when he was at his most relaxed. Her mouth was so dry, Lin Che smelled the sweat on his body and her mouth instantly became even more parched. Damn it, his body was too alluring. It made her feel like she would be letting herself down if she didn't touch it. Chapter 8:14. Although Gu Jingze looked cold, he was the kind of man who was extremely coquettish on the inside. How could he be coquettish on the inside? He always looked at her seriously, but his body had begun to tease her faintly. He approached her casually and tilted his body bit by bit. He used his charming body lines to seduce her body and mind. His lips leaned against her cheek. Looking at her so closely, he seemed to touch her skin, which made the touch even more seductive. She looked at his eyes. In fact, his eyes were really very charming. His eyelashes were so thick that it was amazing. Thinking about it, Nian Nian must have inherited this from him. The fan-shaped eyelashes covered his deep eyes. Usually, this pair of eyes made people think of swift and decisive, resolute and ruthless. It was so cold that it made people feel that they should not get close to it. People outside certainly did not know that this pair of eyes, in the dark, when it was affectionate, it was unbelievably charming. His long sleeves and long eyebrows carried a bit of fierceness. Now that it was neutralized by the soft light, it showed a bit of tenderness. Her gaze slid down to his lips again. The originally sharp lines were now stained with a bit of laziness at night, as if they were water lilies that had just woken up. Beautiful, noble, and with a trace of charm. His perfect figure made her feel like pouncing on him and looking at him in front of her, completely enchanting. As Lin Che thought about it, his face couldn't help but burn up. She was too perverted. He smiled at the blush on her face. This woman could not hide her thoughts at all, especially when he was alone. Her eyes seemed to have expressed all her desires. When she looked at him, she seemed to have a feeling that she wanted to eat him up. And he also felt that it was too terrible. Being stared at by her like this, he really wanted to immediately become food and automatically send himself into her mouth. But at this moment, he felt very patient. He calmly approached her body, leaned forward, and at the same time, teased her ear with his breath. "No one will disturb us tonight," he said. "What? We're not afraid of being disturbed." She held his face with one hand. Her face was burning red and full of embarrassment. She watched in horror as he lowered his hand again. She was so frightened that she screamed, "No, Gu Jingze, no, you." She couldn't take it anymore that he was playing such an explosive game the moment he arrived. She hurriedly shook her head. She couldn't take it anymore. She really couldn't take it anymore. She felt like she was going to die. This is just the beginning. I said that I would deal with you today, didn't I? Let's see if you dare to go against me next time. Lin Che screamed again and again. There were a few times when he felt like he was about to fall into the water, jump into the whirlpool, and be pulled back again. She felt that even a roller coaster wasn't as exciting as this. When it was over, he really couldn't muster up any strength. However, looking at the man in front of her, she thought of his gentleness towards her, thought of his dominance, thought of his tenderness, thought of his sweetness, thought of his abomination, thought of all of it. She felt that she liked all of it. Including everything he did today, he liked it so much. Yi Ning looked at him with misty eyes. She wanted to be with him forever, and it would never end. Chapter 8:15. He carried her into the bathroom, and she was limp the entire time. She could feel him washing her body inch by inch, shaking his head as he looked at her. "Your body is still not good enough." Lin Che looked up angrily and glared at him. Whose body could withstand his torment? She lifted one leg and wanted to kick him, but he grabbed her leg. Her wet little foot had not been wiped clean, and there were water droplets on it, making it look even more exquisite. Because she was a celebrity, every detail on her body could be seen and criticized by others. Hence, her toes were trimmed very well, and they were as white and tender as lotus roots. He grabbed it lightly, looked down at the toes, and put them in his mouth. She was so shocked that she quickly pulled her hand back. He licked it and said with a smile, again. Annoying. She glared at him. Don't you mind that it's dirty? He smiled at her, his bright eyes full of fearlessness. He looked at her as if he was looking at a treasure. I like every part of your body. I like every cell. I won't mind any part of you. It was over. It was over. Lin Che felt that her body, which had just regained some strength, was falling again. It was so soft that she couldn't lift it. Gu Jingze looked at her body, which was red and covered with his marks. It made him want to explode again. He hugged her and didn't help her wash up anymore. Instead, he carried her out of the bathroom. Gu Jingze, where are you going? Take it slow this time, really, no. No, I don't want it anymore, it's okay. Just lie there and don't move. What? Only when Lin Che was about to faint did he finally stop. Gu Jingze looked at her and kissed her lightly. Although he felt that he hadn't had enough, he didn't want her to continue being tired. The two of them hugged each other and fell asleep. Outside, there was someone who couldn't sleep the whole night. Although the soundproofing here was really good, Yun Luo had courted death by sleeping in the room next to theirs. In the end, she could hear the sound next to her with the window open. This had something to do with the loud sound next to her. The sound lasted for a few hours. Occasionally, it would stop, but very quickly, it would start again. Although she was still a virgin, she wasn't a little girl anymore. Now that information was so advanced, how could she not know anything? So, she could distinguish the sounds of joy and comfort. She knew that Lin Che wasn't yelling because she was in pain, but because Gu Jingze was too strong. She didn't know that Gu Jingze, who looked so cold and aloof, was so passionate and tireless in bed. Moreover, he was so brave. Yun Luo felt a sharp pain in his heart when he heard the extreme sound. She even thought jealously, why wasn't it her? She also wanted to be treated so warmly by Gu Jingze. She wanted to experience this strong man. She really blushed when she heard it. This made her especially shy and she couldn't accept it. But because it was Gu Jingze, the man she had fantasized about countless times, she couldn't help it. However, in the end, this was just a fantasy. She waited until the sound completely stopped, but she still couldn't fall asleep. She kept her eyes open until the sun rose. She secretly made up her mind that one day, this strong man would be hers. One day, Gu Jingze would also treat her so passionately, good things could wait. That was what her father had told her. Lin Che was too tired that night, so he didn't know how long he slept. When he woke up in a daze, he saw that the man beside him was still sleeping soundly. Although he was so tired yesterday, his face still looked refreshed. When he slept, he still looked so handsome. There were traces of sex on his body. They were scratches, kiss marks, and bite marks. Looking at them now, she felt that she was really crazy yesterday. But if he hadn't insisted on coming, she wouldn't have been driven crazy by him. The pure white blanket was draped over him, covering half of his body. Her eyes traced his face. Not a single inch of that extraordinarily handsome face could escape her gaze. The more he looked, the more she thought he looked good, the more she thought that it was him. The child she had with him was also so handsome. It was so similar to his silhouette and his aura. That was why he looked so good. And this man belonged to her. He gave her a unique gentleness, gave her a unique domineering, this perfect body, only she could touch. She felt that at this moment, she really wanted to selfishly take everything he had. She didn't want to leave anything for anyone else. She suddenly selfishly rejoiced that his body couldn't touch other women. If it was possible, this illness actually didn't need treatment. But thinking about the danger, she quickly dispelled this thought. Although dreams were beautiful, his life was still more important than anything else. Lin Che was letting her imagination run wild when she felt Gu Jingze suddenly open his eyes. Looking at her supporting her head and lying by his side, he didn't know what she was thinking about, but her face was full of joy. He couldn't help but reach out and hug her body. "What are you thinking about?" "You're dreaming." Lin Che said, "It's nothing." "Let me see what time it is." She picked up her phone and glanced at it. She was shocked. It was already 12 o'clock. She jumped up hurriedly, but she felt a sharp pain from being pulled. She cried out and sat on the bed, her hands covering her nether regions. Gu Jingze caught this movement immediately. He frowned at her. "What's wrong?" Lin Che blushed. She looked at him seductively and shyly. "Nothing, nothing." Gu Jingze frowned and pressed her hand down to stop her from moving. "Hurry up and let me see." I. She didn't have a choice. He pulled her nightgown open, and one look, he was annoyed and wanted to slap himself. He had tried his best to be careful at night. He tried not to use too much strength and waited for her to be ready. But even so, he still hurt her. Although she had given birth to a child, and it was a natural birth, her body was still as tight as a virgin's. Of course, it might be because he was too old, but he really heard that after giving birth, the body would relax a little. He thought it would be better and not as miserable as before. But now he realized that it was not the case at all. He still had to be careful. Chapter 8:16. He had indulged himself yesterday because he hadn't had sex for a long time. In the end, her body had suffered such an injury. He really wanted to feel sorry for her. He looked up and said, "I'm sorry." Forget it." She quickly stopped him and turned her head away with a red face. She still didn't dare to look at him. The tips of her ears seemed to be burning. She stirred her hands to ease the swelling in her heart. "You didn't do it on purpose," he said, "but I still shouldn't have used so much force. I should have been able to control myself. It's all my fault." "All right," I said, "it's fine. I'll just apply some medicine," she said. "Okay, wait a minute. I'll go get the medicine." "Hey," he said as he got up to look for the medicine box. After a while, he brought it back and asked Lin Che to sit down. Lin Che was about to cry. "Can't I do it myself?" He waited for her as if asking if she could do it. The answer was definitely no. Therefore, she could only continue to spread her legs and sit there in an extremely shy posture, letting him apply the medicine for her. Fortunately, it was done in a short while. It was cooling and made her feel much more comfortable. When the two of them went out, the servants bowed respectfully to them. After sitting down, they saw that Mu Wanqing was there. Gu Xinian had already sent her to kindergarten. Mu Wanqing said, "Nian even asked if we don't have to go to the amusement park in the afternoon." "No, we have to go," Lin Che immediately said with wide eyes. Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "He's the same as Jingze when he was young. He just doesn't like to play these children's games." Gu Jingze glanced at Mu Wanqing and then at Lin Che, feeling helpless. But Mu Wanqing didn't force him to go back then. In the end, he couldn't escape from his mother. At this moment, Yun Luo also came down. "You guys are up." Yun Luo greeted them warmly. Mu Wanqing said, "You've been playing chess with Grandpa until now." Yun Luo smiled and said, "Yeah, old people still need company. I'm fine." She sat down and immediately saw Lin Che, who was sitting opposite her. The mark on her neck was very obvious. it was the mark left by Gu Jingze. Her heart tightened. She bit her lip and didn't say anything. She lowered her head and ate. When he got home, Yun Luo really ran into his room. Seeing this, Yun Kuishan hurriedly walked in. When he reached her room, he saw Yun Luo lying there crying. He walked over. "All right, look at how useless you are." Yun Luo raised his head. "Dad, I don't think I exist in Jing's heart at all. Luo Luo, I have tried my best to make you marry him. You need to be patient. The old man has promised me that he will definitely stand on your side. What are you afraid of?" Yun Luo raised his head. "I think old master is very shrewd. How can you be sure that he didn't ask me to go there to be humiliated so that I would give up on myself? How dare he?" Yun Kuishan said, "I won't hide it from you. I have something on him that Gu Xiande has no choice but to stand on my side. Don't worry, he won't dare to not help." What do you mean?" Yun Luo asked curiously. Yun Kuishan snorted, "Which rich and powerful family doesn't have any scandals? The Gu family has such a big family business, of course they have done many shameful things. This is a stain on Gu Xiande's life. Unless he wants to be old and shameless, he has to help us honestly." On Yu Minmin's side, she and Gu Jingming went to Fang Zhongmo's house. Yin Suya was there too. But since she was Fang Zhongmo's girlfriend, she was very obedient in his house. The Fangs had been friends with Gu Jingming for many years. When Gu Jingming came, they were very respectful, but at least they didn't treat him as an outsider. Fang Zhongmo watched Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin come in. He smiled and said, "I really don't want to be apart for even a moment." Gu Jingming didn't avoid it. He lowered his head and looked at Yu Minmin gently. He raised his head and said, "My wife and I came together. We won't make the Fangs poor. What are you afraid of?" Fang Zhongmo said, all right, but I have to remind you, originally, Mr. President came alone, and his personal guards brought one person's personal guards. Now, 2 people came together, and they brought 2 people's personal guards. Look, those personal guards outside also eat a lot." Gu Jingming looked back and smiled. "The dignified Fangs are so stingy. We won't come next time, okay?" Don't. I'm just saying." Su Yi said, "We won't go to your house. We'll go to my house next time. Our family doesn't mind that you have too many people. Hee, when the time comes, we'll just get the reporters to interview and take a few photos. I'll take them out. Many people will chase after me to give me money. One look and I know Zhongmo doesn't know how to do business." Fang Zhongmo laughed. Yes. Only you know how to do that." Yu Minmin didn't pay attention to anything else. She only saw that Fang Zhongmo's garden was very beautiful. She said, "There are so many plants here. You must have spent a lot of time taking care of them." Fang Zhongmo looked at Yu Minmin. "Madam, you seem very interested." Yu Minmin said, "Yeah. I feel that glass palace is too heartless. It would be better to have more plants, right?" Fang Zhongmo said, "That's right. Actually, it's not hard to take care of them. Just hire 2 gardeners who specialize in taking care of flowers and plants." Gu Jingming looked at Yu Minmin. "You want to do it?" Yu Minmin turned her head. "Yeah, I want to try." Gu Jingming said, "Then I'll take you to pick some flowers before we go back." Yu Minmin said, "Really?" Gu Jingming said, "Of course. Glass Palace is also your home. You can do whatever you want. Why can't you?" Yu Minmin said, "I just saw that no one mentioned it, so I thought I couldn't." No one mentioned it because everyone knew that Gu Jingming didn't care about these things and didn't like flowers. Gu Jingming said, "If you like it, get someone to do it." Ha, you make it sound like you're doing it for me. Yu Minmin laughed. Gu Jingming hugged her. Of course it's for you. Otherwise, I think it's all the same. Yu Minmin said, you're sacrificing so much for me. Of course. You're my wife. Fang Zhongmo and Sui looked at each other and then at Yin Suya, who was looking at them from behind. Yin Suya didn't say a word. Since a long time ago, she didn't like to talk much, especially in front of Gu Jingming. Actually, Fang Zhongmo and Sui were a little surprised as well. Seeing how Gu Jingming treated Yu Minmin, they didn't expect that this man, who had never fallen in love, could act like this when he was angry. Perhaps this was normal for other couples, but when it came to Gu Jingming, it was strange no matter how one looked at it. It was shocking no matter how one looked at it. The more blood type a man was, the more they would feel when they were tender and sweet. The contrast was too strong. Chapter 8:17. After leaving Fang Zhongmo's house, Gu Jingming brought Yu Minmin to the center of the garden. There were all kinds of flowers and plants being cultivated there. He wanted Yu Minmin to pick some so that he could have someone send them to the glass palace to be cultivated. Because of the sudden visit of the president and his wife, it became busy all of a sudden. Gu Jingming said to them, feel free to do as you please. We're just here to see if there are any beautiful flowers and plants that we can plant in the glass palace. As soon as they heard that they were going to be planted in the glass palace, they naturally took out the latest and best flowers and plants and placed them in the greenhouse behind them for Gu Jingming and Yu Minmin to choose slowly. Yu Minmin said, are you really going to plant them? I'm just saying it because it looks good. You don't have to listen to me, really. Gu Jing sneered, since you said we're going to plant them, we'll plant them. Yu Minmin laughed again and looked at him. Do you think what I say is true? Of course, he said. In our family, we all listen to Madam. Oh, it's still family business. But you don't have much family business. If you want, going to the toilet can become a national business. Yu Minmin pouted. Gu Jing sneered. Ha, you're right. But at the same time, if I want to, any national affairs can become my family affairs. Yu Minmin's eyes widened. The corners of Gu Jingming's eyes were slightly wrinkled, making him look even more shrewd and wise. Yu Minmin said, but you need to think about it. Gu Jingming said, but there is one thing that is most important to me. What is it? It's about Madam. Yu Minmin's heart was filled with sweetness. She realized that all the men in the Gu family were like this. When they didn't want to be sweet, they could be cold to the bone. But when they wanted to be sweet, they would throw people into a honeypot. She didn't expect that he would be so sweet to her after she told him everything. It was as if she had thrown away the barrier in her heart. She became more calm, and her words of love became smoother. Yu Minmin chose a few. Looking at the plants and bonsai, they were all species that she had never seen before. She said, I'm really ignorant. I can't recognize any of these flowers. Gu Jingming said, I don't know them either, because they are newly trained. Ah, really? That's good. Of course, this is the National Garden Center. All the flowers and plants used for the state banquet are taken from here. Wow, then if I come over to take it, wouldn't that be indiscriminate? Yu Minmin had never thought of taking the flowers directly from such an important place. Gu Jingming said, didn't you say that if I want to, I can turn going to the toilet into a national affair? So, I want to buy some flowers for my wife. Of course, it's also a national affair. Since it's a national affair, why can't I get it here? Yu Minmin looked at Gu Jingming and said, Humph, how domineering. Gu Jingming said, doesn't Madam like me for being domineering? Yu Minmin harumphed. Who told you that I like him? Gu Jingming pulled her back and told her that they would bring the flowers to the glass palace to decorate it later. Before evening, the experts had indeed arrived at the garden of the glass palace and arranged the flowers and plants. When Yu Minmin went out to have a look, the flowers and plants had already been arranged. Looking at the flowers and plants, she felt that they were even more beautiful than when she was looking at them. Because they had been arranged by the experts, they were arranged in a picturesque manner and looked even more beautiful. Looking at the flowers, Yu Minmin's mood instantly became better. She seemed to have understood why those women would be so happy when they received flowers. It was because flowers could really make people happy. Gu Jingming hugged Yu Minmin from behind. Do they look good? Yu Minmin nodded vigorously. Yeah, they look good. Gu Jingming said, they say that women like flowers. It's true. Yu Minmin said, they say that women like flowers from men. I don't think you've ever given me a bouquet after being married for so many years. Gu Jingming sneered, what's the point of a bouquet of flowers without life? Today, I'll give you a garden. Isn't that much more meaningful than their bouquets? Giving her a garden, that sounded really domineering. She said, then if I take a photo now and post it out, saying that other people also received flowers, and I also received flowers, but the flowers I received were so special. Wouldn't they be so jealous? Of course. Gu Jingming whispered into her ear, first of all, you took a photo of this garden in Lioli Palace. If they know that I'm the one who gave you the flowers, they will be so jealous no matter what the flowers are like. Go away, narcissist. She looked up at his confident side profile and said. But even without him saying it, she thought that he was right. The most popular Mr. President? Many fangirls idolized him more than any movie star. If they knew that Gu Jingming treated a woman so well in private, they would definitely be jealous. Thinking of this, Yu Minmin felt even sweeter. She turned around and hugged him as she said, why do I feel like I've found a treasure? You only found out now, but it's not too late. He gently touched the tip of her nose and said slowly, since you know that I'm a treasure, be good to me at night. Don't avoid me unwillingly anymore. I'm not. Yu Minmin protested. Why not? You always act as if I'm very scary. You avoid me whenever you have nothing to do. Gu Jingming still felt uncomfortable thinking about it. How was he that scary? Did she feel scared when she saw him? Yu Minmin looked embarrassed. Did she make it so obvious, but had she been afraid of him in the past? Especially when he was overbearing and didn't care about anything. Also, he had a bad temper and got angry easily. She said, then I won't be afraid if you don't get angry at me anymore. Gu Jingming said, I get angry at you. Yeah. You're always tense up. Don't mention how scary it is, Yu Minmin said. Gu Jingming touched his cheeks and made a deep self-criticism in his heart. He looked at Yu Minmin. Okay, I promise you that I won't get angry at you. Yu Minmin really felt that he was too gentle at this moment. He was too good to her, so good that she felt dizzy. She felt that she was really going to be lost in his gentleness. Just then, Gu Jingming had a cabinet member come to discuss national affairs. Gu Jingming told Yu Minmin to look after him while he went to work. A servant came over to give Yu Minmin some water. She put down the tray and said, Madam, Mr. President is so nice to you. We're so envious of him. Mr. President never smiles at people like this. Yu Minmin smiled and squinted her eyes. Really? Of course. We're really surprised to see this side of Mr. President. But we're happy for Madam that Mr. President and Madam are so nice to each other. Madam, hurry up and give Mr. President a baby. Then Glass Palace will be livelier. Yu Minmin held the cup and looked ahead. She really wanted to, but she wasn't sure how her body was doing. Chapter 8:18. However, if it was possible, she wanted to give birth to a child for him. After all, he was already a grown man and he needed a child to make this place feel more like a home. In the past, she had thought that having a child did not mean much to her. After all, they were just making do with each other. However, it was different now. She felt that Gu Jingming did not have it easy. She should think for him. Since she had already gotten the man that so many people wanted, and she had been by his side for so many years, how could she not repay him? Moreover, she really wanted a child who looked like him. It would be best if it was a boy. He could be handsome, brave, and fight alongside him. After thinking about it, Yu Minmin made up her mind. She had to take care of her body. It would be best if she went to the hospital for a checkup to see if she was suitable for pregnancy. Lin Che and Gu Jingze went to pick up Nian Nian from kindergarten. After that, they went to the amusement park to play together. Gu Xinian said, "Can I ask Yun Yun to come with me?" Gu Jingze looked at Nian Nian. "Nian Nian, you have to know when to advance and when to retreat. It's not good for a relationship if you stick together all the time. Occasionally separating can improve your relationship, understand?" Gu Xinian looked at Gu Jingze. I really don't want to go alone." Lin Che was speechless with his hands on his hips. "Gu Xinian, say that again." "I'll go." Gu Xinian immediately said, "It's Dad. He said he doesn't want to go, so he urged me to protest against you." Gu Jingze was speechless as he watched from the side. He really knew how to shirk his responsibility. However, the three of them still arrived at the amusement park very quickly. The family of three alighted from the car. Lin Che ran to buy tickets first. There were actually not many people who came to the amusement park in the afternoon. Many people came early in the morning and bought a pass that allowed them to play for the whole day. However, she only came when it was almost 2:00. The ticket seller looked at her and reminded her, "We close at 8:00 sharp. You can only play for a few hours. Do you still want to go in?" Lin Che nodded. She didn't really care if it was worth it or not, since she usually didn't have time to come here. Even if she came in the afternoon, there was nothing she could do about it. After all, it wasn't easy for them to find a day like this. The ticket seller looked at her as if she was a weirdo. However, when Gu Jingze came with the child, the ticket seller's expression changed. She stared at the handsome man and then at the handsome child. At first glance, she knew they were father and son. In an instant, she was conquered by the father and son. They were so cute and handsome. Lin Che naturally noticed the look in the ticket seller's eyes. Because she was wearing a mask and a cap, she was not worried about being recognized. At this time, under the cap, her eyes rolled. Looking at the ticket seller's infatuated look, she thought indignantly, "When he looked at me just now, he looked as if he had eaten shit, but when he looked at the man behind him, he was so excited." As expected, opposites attract. In order to take revenge, Lin Che walked over and held Gu Jingze's arm. She wrapped her arms around him and walked in affectionately. Sure enough, when the ticket seller saw the three of them, he thought that they were a family of three. He was indeed angry in his heart. Why did the whole family look so good-looking? What kind of luck did this woman have to have such a handsome man and give birth to such a handsome child? She was too loving. Gu Jingze saw that Lin Che actually took the initiative to climb up to him. He lowered his head and looked at her with a straight face. "What are you doing?" Lin Che said, declaring ownership. "You see, if any women around look over, I have to let them know that this is my husband." Gu Jingze narrowed his eyes and looked around. Then, he lowered his head and smiled. "Okay, I'll help you declare ownership." "Aw." He lowered his head and kissed her hard on the lips. Lin Che let out a moan and felt that he had let go. It was only then that she realized what he had been doing. Seriously, she blushed instantly. She felt that the people around them were indeed looking at them. For a moment, she felt as though they were shooting daggers at her, as though they were scolding her. She had such a handsome husband, yet she was still acting so arrogantly. She was really too naughty. Lin Che looked at the hateful gazes and thought to herself, it's not my fault. It's Gu Jingze who's naughty, alright. At the side, Gu Xinian had already narrowed his eyes speechlessly. The expression on his face clearly showed that he had nothing left to live for. He looked at the two of them and said, I told you that I wasn't going to do it. You two could have done it yourselves. Why did you have to make me do it? Lin Che raised her arm at him, gesturing for him to shut up. Gu Xinian sighed and touched his forehead with his chubby little hand. Lin Che said, what's wrong? Is your head very hot? Do you have a fever? Gu Xinian said, no, let me touch it to see if my fever is high. What? Third wheel. Lin Che glared at him and continued to pull Gu Jingze inside. There were many places where they had to queue up, and they only played 2 things in the afternoon. Actually, it didn't matter what they played. They bought some food and drinks while they were shopping. Although Gu Xinian didn't really like the amusement park, he still felt very proud when he saw the children around him walking with their parents. Then, he looked at his family of 3. His father was actually much more handsome than other people's fathers. Needless to say, his mother was definitely a great beauty. As for him, he felt that he was much better than those childish kids. For a moment, he was very glad that he was back. The feeling of being a family of 3 was actually not bad. He lifted his head and looked at Gu Jingze, then at himself, and then at the others. He yearned for those children who were carried by their fathers, but he also felt that it was too childish and that he shouldn't think that way. However, he was still a child after all, and he couldn't control his expression very well, so Lin Che noticed it immediately. He patted Gu Jingze and said, Xinian must be tired. Carry him for a while. Gu Jingze also looked at the man carrying the child who walked past them. He smiled and pulled Gu Xinian up. Come on, I'll carry you. No need. Gu Xinian's ears turned red. Although he said that he didn't need it, he didn't reject Gu Jingze when he was carried by him. Gu Jingze effortlessly lifted him above his head and rode on his neck. This scene was so handsome, a stay-at-home dad with a cute baby. Although the baby's face was a little ugly, Lin Che still felt that it was very cute. She quickly took out her phone and secretly took a photo. It was so handsome. She couldn't help but want to show it to everyone, but she couldn't. What a pity. Chapter 8:19. Looking at the two of them carrying each other like this, it was easier to feel satisfied than ever. One was her husband and the other was her son. They were both hers. It was useless no matter how envious others were. Moreover, looking at it this way, it really looked like a painting. It gave people the feeling that they were looking at a character in a TV show. Even she was in a daze, not to mention the passers-by. Their gazes were all focused on the father and son duo. However, what did they mean by, you won't die if you don't court death? Someone noticed Lin Che. A voice suddenly called out, Lin Che. Then, someone looked over in surprise. Lin Che seemed to have heard someone calling out to him. He looked in front of him. Gu Jingze also stopped and looked around at the people who were shouting. Seeing that the person had finished shouting while pointing at them, he immediately ran over. Seeing this, the people around them also looked over curiously. Lin Che was wearing a mask and a hat. If no one recognized her, it would be fine. However, if someone recognized her, she would look like she was trying to hide something. Hence, some people were even more convinced that this was a celebrity who had covered her face on purpose. As a result, the number of people surrounding him suddenly increased. They were all shouting, "Is it Lin Che? Is it Lin Che?" Lin Che wanted to say no, no. But it was useless. Those who should be shouting still shouted, and those who should be surrounding him still gathered around him. Some people even started taking pictures with their phones. Lin Che hurriedly stopped them. "Don't take pictures, don't take pictures." But when they saw that Lin Che was accompanied by a tall man with a child, they became even more interested. Why was there a man beside Lin Che? Wouldn't this be a huge piece of gossip? More and more people started taking pictures. Seeing this, Gu Jingze stood in front of Lin Che. He looked at the people around him coldly. "Move aside." It wasn't a loud voice, but because it was so cold, the people around them could hear it clearly. Some people couldn't help but be shocked by this intimidating voice. They raised their heads and looked at the man in surprise. Not knowing what to do, some people stepped aside to let the family of three pass. Gu Jingze protected Lin Che with one hand and the child with the other and walked out slowly. When everyone saw this, they were a little surprised and a little regretful. They weren't able to take a good photo of Lin Che, and they weren't able to shake his hand or ask for his autograph. What a pity. However, some people couldn't help but start discussing. Who was that just now? Is he Lin Che's boyfriend? Wow, that's too handsome. A handsome man and a beautiful woman. It's so good to be a celebrity, to be able to get such a handsome man. That's enough. You have to be good looking before you can be a star. Only then can you get handsome men. Whether they are handsome or beautiful, what does that have to do with being a star? This is a world where looks are the most important, understand? But I saw a little boy beside the man. Wow, it can't be Lin Che's child, right? This time, he was in deep trouble. Lin Che had only taken a few steps when he saw Gu Jingze's bodyguards rushing over. She sat in the car with a vexed expression. Gu Jingze quickly pulled Lin Che up. "They didn't touch you, did they?" Lin Che hurriedly shook his head. How could he be in the mood to think about that right now? However, he didn't feel any pain anywhere on his body, so he probably hadn't been touched. Lin Che said, "This time, we're in deep trouble." Gu Xinian calmly played with his fingers. His chubby little hands looked very smooth. "What do you mean, you brought this upon yourself? Get lost." Gu Jingze said, "Nothing will happen, don't worry." However, not long after he said that, Yu Minmin called. Lin Che instinctively felt that something was wrong. He picked up his phone and thought that it couldn't be a coincidence that Yu Minmin called at this time. As expected, the moment the call connected, Yu Minmin's scolding came. "Lin Che, what are you doing? Why did someone take a photo of you going to the amusement park?" "Anne." Gu Jingze was there too. "Are you trying to expose yourself?" Lin Che wanted to cry but had no tears. "I was wrong. Big sis, save me." Yu Minmin was furious. "Save my ass. Someone posted it. What else can I do?" Lin Che hurriedly asked Gu Jingze to take her to the office. Yu Minmin also quickly pulled out some photos posted by netizens. "I didn't get a direct shot, but I got some blurry ones. And you too." "I didn't get a direct shot because you disguised yourself well, but the netizen said it was you." Lin Che saw that the person who posted the photo said, coincidentally met Lin Che playing with a handsome guy at the amusement park with a child. What's going on? Someone else also said, did Lin Che get a boyfriend after disappearing for a few years? He's so handsome, really handsome. Who knows which celebrity or tycoon he is? He's so handsome that I'm going to die from his charm. Yu Minmin said, luckily, they didn't scold you. They were probably shocked by your husband's looks and didn't have the time to scold you. Lin Che covered his face and sat there with a dejected look on his face. I didn't expect that even though I haven't officially made a comeback, there would already be people who would notice me. Yu Minmin said, who told you to go to a crowded place like the amusement park? Who knows if you'll bump into someone who reads the news on the internet. Your Weibo post has almost 100,000 people reposted it. Are you sure that none of them happened to see you at the amusement park? It's a small world, okay? Lin Che said, then what should we do now? I hope the media didn't find out. Our company's internet department found out when they searched your name. However, at this moment, someone from the internet department came again. Sister Yu, we just saw that Lin Che's photos have all been deleted. Deleted? Yu Minmin said in surprise. What happened? That's right. I saw that the people who posted the photos couldn't be found. It seems like someone did it. They deleted all the photos on the internet and blocked some people and topics. That's right. You can't find them. Yu Minmin thought for a moment and understood. Gu Jingze. It must be Gu Jingze who did it. Otherwise, how could it be so fast? Lin Che heaved a sigh of relief. Thank goodness, Yu Minmin said, yeah, thank goodness you have a capable husband. Sigh, having a husband like him saves so much trouble. Lin Che said, I don't mind, but I'm afraid that my photos with Gu Jingze will be exposed every year. Gu Jingze hasn't been exposed for so many years. His photos will be deleted immediately. He won't keep them this time either. Yu Minmin also heaved a sigh of relief. However, some people had actually left some photos. Peng Yu looked at the blurry photos and was puzzled. Who is this? Chapter 820. The staff member quickly said, someone posted this on the internet today. He's Lin Che's boyfriend. Peng Yu's face lit up when she heard that. Lin Che has a boyfriend. Didn't they say that she married a rich businessman? The staff member said, that's just a rumor. No one said that this is her boyfriend. It was taken by a netizen because they saw the three of them playing in the amusement park. Most importantly, one of them is a child. The netizens are guessing if this is Lin Che's child. Peng Yu took a closer look at the photo. Sure enough, the man was holding a child behind him. His face couldn't be seen clearly, but she could see that it was a small child. Peng Yu suddenly said, do you mean that Lin Che has a child? This was big news. A female star who had a child out of nowhere was not very popular. But was it a child with this man? Was this man the rumored rich businessman she had married? She saw that the man was wearing a tight-fitting white t-shirt with a V-neck and a slightly black collar. He looked very relaxed, and he was wearing loose casual pants, looking very casual. He looked very tall, but she could only see the side of his face and it was a little blurry. She could only see that he was a very handsome man. The outline of his face was very handsome and the lines were very perfect. It looked very harmonious. If she really looked at his face, he would look very good. Unfortunately, she couldn't see him clearly. Peng Yu laughed. He can't be a rich businessman. Which rich businessman doesn't have a belly full of oil? How can there be such a handsome rich businessman? The staff member said, yes, you're right. Peng Yu said sinisterly, if this child is really Lin Che's child, then this man may not be the child's father. Maybe he's some rich businessman's bodyguard or driver or something. Seeing that she is so close to this man, maybe he's a prostitute. Peng Yu said excitedly, it'd be great if he's a prostitute. When it's exposed, she'll be tarnished for the rest of her life. Everyone immediately understood what Peng Yu meant, but they didn't know how to explain it to her. Seeing that Peng Yu was thinking for a long time, the staff member hurriedly said, "But I only kept a few of these photos and they were all deleted." "What?" Peng Yu said in surprise. "Why?" "It must have been Lin Che who found someone to delete it. I don't know how Lin Che is so powerful. The moment it was sent out, it was deleted. Now, all the words related to Lin Che, his child, and his boyfriend have been deleted. Anything related to Lin Che, his boyfriend, and his child has been deleted. This is impossible without a certain level of power." Peng Yu stood there angrily and gritted his teeth for a while before saying, Really? Then I want to see what else you want to block. Are you going to block other messages as well?" As she spoke, she threw a tantrum at the staff in front of her. "Look at their efficiency, and then look at you. That piece of news I mentioned earlier hasn't been posted yet. Now go and hype it up." Her staff were shocked and quickly went back to work. Lin Che was still looking at the news in the company. When she found out that her news had finally been deleted and no one knew about it, she heaved a sigh of relief. Yu Minmin, on the other hand, had hidden some photos. Looking at the photos, she said with a smile, "You're really good. You let Gu Jingze take the child to the amusement park without being watched. Look at such a good-looking father and son. They're so loving." Lin Che glared at her speechlessly. But there were indeed a lot of people watching them. Yu Minmin said, "But your child is really photogenic. It's okay for our company to train him. If your husband agrees, how is that possible? He's already met the shareholders. Even if Gu Jingze agrees, the rest of the Gu family won't agree." Yu Minmin smacked her lips. "It's a pity that I can't touch a person who's worth training. Otherwise, with so many popular celebrities nowadays, he won't be ugly when he grows up. He'll definitely be a popular handsome man. He's too suitable to be trained. Sigh, forget it. The more I talk about it, the more I want him. Let's not talk about it anymore." At this moment, Lin Che was browsing through Weibo when he suddenly saw another post. It was posted by a person who said that he was exposing Lin Che. Lin Che just said that he wanted to make a comeback, but he stole a newcomer's role. I heard that he went to the director's meeting late and was even arrogant. He said that he's definitely stronger than the newcomer and has more influence than the newcomer. Furthermore, he has more fans. The newcomer was about to sign a contract, but he was still pushed out. I really don't know how an artist with such character could come back and make a comeback. His reputation was already so bad to begin with, but he quit midway just to marry a rich businessman. Now that he's back, he's still so arrogant. Does he think that we're lacking artists? Lin Che said, I stole a newcomer's show. And she said that I was late. Are you kidding me? It didn't take long for this news to become a hot topic. Yu Minmin came over to read it gratefully. Looking at the news, she frowned and said, "Who's trying to defame you?" Lin Che said, "I don't know how many people are disgusted by my return. There must be a lot of people who want to defame me." As expected, this news immediately caused a chain reaction. Someone dug out and said that Lin Che wanted to act in Hollywood because she stole Mu Firen's movie. Everyone said that Lin Che's acting skills weren't up to par, but she insisted on acting. How long had it been and she had stolen a newcomer's show? Some of Lin Che's fans retorted, saying that Lin Che was not stealing. The newcomer said that she was going to sign a contract soon, but she hadn't signed a contract yet. If she hadn't signed a contract, the director had the right to choose. Our Lin Che was beautiful and good at acting, so why didn't he choose her? In terms of influence, our Lin Che was indeed better. The director would choose Lin Che even if he was blindfolded. But this was immediately rebutted. Some people said that Lin Che had left the entertainment industry for so long, who knew if her acting skills were so rusty that she had forgotten how to act. Everyone argued online about whether Lin Che was qualified to get the role, whether the newcomer was strong or she was better. Lin Che looked at the news and said curiously, "Who's so boring as to want to spread negative news about my bad character and acting skills?" Yu Minmin said, "Who knows? Seriously, she's spreading it at this time. Did she see that you deleted the photo from before and that triggered her thoughts?" Lin Che looked at Yu Minmin and said, "Speaking of which, I think of someone." "Who?" "Peng Yu." Chapter 821. Yu Minmin said, "Do you think it was Peng Yu who did this?" Lin Che said, "She always wants to suppress me and not let me make a comeback. She wants to bring up the fact that I don't have any acting skills in the past to slander me and promote her at the same time. Isn't this person Peng Yu? Otherwise, these haters wouldn't have brought up that Hollywood film and repeatedly mentioned it. They also wouldn't have mentioned that I don't have any acting skills and was attacked for not being able to take on that Hollywood film." When Yu Minmin heard this, she felt that it made sense. She nodded and said, "Right now, it's just people scolding me on the internet. You don't have to worry about it. The media won't dare to write about you. They're still trying to contact me for an interview." Lin Che said, "It's okay. It's just a bit of slander." At this moment, Bai walked out from behind with Shui Yang. "Lin Che, what happened? Did you get scolded again?" Lin Che sighed and looked at her. "Yeah." Bai shook her head and said, "That's why I prefer male artists. Male artists have never been so troublesome." Lin Che said, "It can't be helped. Where there are women, there will be fights. Think about it. 3 women make a play, not to mention there are so many women in the entertainment industry." "Yeah, I think so too. Women are more aggressive in this aspect. Maybe it's because they aren't as magnanimous as men. Look, our Shuiyang has never been scolded by anyone since he became popular. He's only had a few catfights, and they were all from fans." Lin Che said, "Yeah, male artistes are good. They have fans for everything because most of their hardcore fans are girls. Male artistes also have many female fans. They are very protective of their idols. We're so much worse." Bai smiled and said, "It only means that you're popular. If you're not popular, who would care about you? You've just come back and you've already become a threat to so many people. It shows that you're domineering." Lin Che said, "I don't know if I'm domineering or not. I just want her to stop." Bai said, "Oh right, Peng Yu and Shuiyang have recently participated in a show called the National Drama Festival. Lin Che, you haven't officially made a comeback yet. Take this opportunity to make a comeback and crush Peng Yu. What do you think?" National Drama Series Grand Ceremony. Yeah, it's a show that tests everyone's acting skills. There are many famous directors and producers who are voting below, and there are also people from all walks of life who are voting below. It's a very fair show and it's only the 3rd episode. The first 2 episodes were pretty good. Why don't you come and try it out?" Yu Minmin said, "You can give it a try, but it's a show in S City. You might have to fly there to participate. Will your Gujingza agree?" What did this have to do with Gujingza? Lin Che said, "Of course they'll agree. If you think it's okay to participate, then help me contact them. But will they agree to let me go? I'll call and ask." Bai quickly found the director's number. She said on the phone that there was someone from their company who also wanted to participate in the National Drama Festival. The director didn't know what to say, but Bai said directly, "If you find an excuse to decline now, don't regret it later." When the other party heard this, he immediately guessed what it was and quickly asked if it was Lin Che. Bai said, "Smart, it's Lin Che." The other party immediately agreed, but he said to Bai in surprise, "Your company is really strange. The two agents in other companies are competing, but you and Yuminmin don't compete with each other. Shuiyang just came to participate and you let Lin Che participate as well. Aren't you afraid that Shuiyang's acting skills will be inferior to Lin Che's? When the time comes, everyone will say that Shuiyang's acting skills are not as good as Lin Che's." Bai smiled and said, "What are we competing for? We're different from those companies outside. We never compete and there's nothing to compete with. Why would I compete with the president's wife? Shuiyang is a man, why would he compete with a woman for acting skills?" The other party laughed. "That's true." Bai put down the phone and said to a few people, "Look," as soon as they heard that it was Lin Che, they were so happy that they immediately said that they would contact him. Yu Minmin said speechlessly, "We all heard it, but what did you say about the president's wife? They thought that I was using this identity to suppress you. What's wrong? I just want to complain to them. In the future, whenever Shuiyang refuses any work, I will directly cry to death, saying that our company's leader, the president's wife, doesn't allow me to accept it. I am under the control of others, she is the president's wife, I can't help it, woo woo." Yu Min's face darkened. "Alright, so you're using me as a shield." Bai chuckled, yes, what, can't I?" Yu Min sighed speechlessly, "No, I'm going to expose that our Bai is a member of the Wesley family. It's always her who threatens me, how can I threaten her? I'll see if they believe that I will suppress you." Bai deliberately changed her expression and stared at her. "Hey, are we really going to fight like this? It's healthier to fight. Where there are women, there will be fights." Yu Min said indifferently. The few of them laughed together. Shuiyang looked at them from the side. "I think it's the most important thing to expose, but you women are too scary together. All of you are obviously rich, but you like to cry about being poor." Lin Che looked at Shuiyang, but Bai directly said that you wouldn't mind competing with me in acting, and she endorsed you just like that. You don't say anything about her, she's just your agent. You're a big star now, remember, an agent can't casually endorse you. Seeing this, Bai hurriedly said, "What, are you trying to sow discord?" Shuiyang looked at Bai and said with a smile, "I want to, I'm so popular now, I don't need to listen to my agent, but look at her fierce look, I'm afraid that if I don't listen, she will come to my door and beat me up, and don't look at her as a girl, I might not be able to beat her, even if I can beat her. I can't beat the Wesley family's young miss." Seeing this, Bai stood up with her hands on her hips and said, Okay, you guys are starting to collectively slander me, bullying me alone, humph." However, Bai looked at Lin Che and said, "But if Peng Yu knows that you're going to participate, I don't know if she will be so angry that she will quit." Yu Min smiled and said, "Would she dare? If she dares, we'll just ask her directly. What does she mean by quitting? Is she afraid?" Bai said, "Peng Yu is an arrogant person, if we ask her to quit, she definitely won't. She's very proud." After the few of them agreed, Lin Che went home to prepare. When he got home, he told Gu Jingze, and Gu Jingze said, "You're going to S City?" "Yeah, the show will be recorded there, and the recording will take about 2 days." Chapter 822. Gu Jingze leaned against her back and said, "What about me?" She felt him rubbing his cheek against her back and she felt ticklish. "You're staying at home with Nian Nian." Gu Jingze looked at her and said, "You heartless girl. Are you going to abandon me just like that?" Lin Che turned around and cupped his face. "Be good. I'll be back soon. I'll bring you delicious food." Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. How dare Lin Che call herself his sister and slap her face? She must be tired of living. Gu Jingze's eyes darkened. His eyes darkened and it was as if his blood was burning. Looking at her dress, he hugged her and said, "I want to eat delicious food now. What should I do?" He grabbed her dress and lifted it. "There's delicious food here. I want to eat as much as I want, get lost." Lin Che wanted to run away. He wouldn't let her off so easily. He was about to go to S City, so he had to eat all the food that he could eat before he left. The next day, Yu Minmin negotiated with the other party about the collaboration. After signing the contract, they agreed on when to go to City S. After that, the news was released. The other party had already started to publicize that there would be a mysterious guest appearing unexpectedly. This episode of the national drama series Grand Ceremony was even more anticipated. The challenge was higher, the guest was higher, and the scene was even more exciting. In addition, a Weibo celebrity had already revealed that the mysterious guest this time was Lin Che, who was preparing to make a comeback. With that, Weibo became lively again. Everyone was looking forward to Lin Che's appearance in the national drama series Grand Ceremony. Many people had already started to speculate about the reason why Lin Che chose to make a comeback in the national drama series Grand Ceremony. Everyone knew that there were already many highlights in the publicity for this episode. Ping Yu, Shui Yang, and a few other new actors were all quite attractive. But now, the production team actually added Lin Che. Some people guessed that it was because Ping Yu had always been comparing herself to Lin Che, so they wanted to have a competition between the two of them. As expected, Ping Yu exploded in anger when she saw the news. She immediately called the production team and asked what was going on. The production team explained that this was to add some highlights to the episode. Ping Yu said angrily, "Why didn't you tell us in advance? Humph, you actually brought Lin Che here. If you do this, I really don't want to work with a show that changes from time to time." What she meant was that if Lin Che existed, then she wouldn't exist, and if she existed, then Lin Che wouldn't exist. The production team could only say, "We can't do anything about this. If you really don't want to participate, we'll just make an announcement. But we can't break the contract with Lin Che. If you want to break the contract, we'll just have to compensate you according to the contract." Ping Yu was so angry that she couldn't speak. She felt that she was shivering. Because of his words, she was so angry that she felt uncomfortable all over. Did this mean that they would rather she withdraw than let Lin Che withdraw? In fact, it was inevitable, but Ping Yu didn't check the data first. Originally, the National Drama Festival had been strengthening bit by bit, but it couldn't get rid of the other more powerful entertainment shows. Those shows dominated the rankings all year round and didn't give the other shows a chance at all. However, because of Lin Che's news, the topic of the National Drama Festival soared and rose to the first place in an instant. The popularity of the topic kept increasing and it made people gasp in surprise. The production team was looking forward to the show that day. They thought that the viewership ratings would not be too bad. They didn't expect Lin Che, who had left for a long time, to still be so popular. Of course, they would rather have Lin Che than care about Ping Yu's feelings. Moreover, they were sure that Ping Yu was just saying it. She wouldn't refuse to participate at all. Actually, that was what they thought. Ping Yu was so angry that she trembled as she sat there. Her staff member was so scared that she hurried over and said to her, "Why don't we not participate?" Ping Yu directly slapped him and vented her anger on her staff. "You don't want to attend the meeting? Why not? Now that you're finding an excuse not to go, people will say that I'm afraid. I'm not afraid. Why should I be afraid of her?" Humph. The staff member's face hurt from the slap, but more importantly, she was angry. She looked at Ping Yu and couldn't be bothered to care about her anymore. She thought that she could do whatever she wanted and who cared about her. There were so many artists anyway. If Peng Yu really caused trouble for herself, she could just resign and go somewhere else. Thinking about it, Lin Che's team was still the most stable. After so many years, there had never been many people who resigned and left. With such a stable team, Lin Che's news must be much more stable than others. Lin Che quickly flew from B City to S City. After getting off the plane, Gu Jingze called and asked where she was. Lin Che said, "Okay, I just got off the plane. I'm fine. I took the safe passage and there aren't many people." "Okay, let me know when we reach the hotel." "Got it. Go ahead with your work." Lin Che came to S City with Yu Minmin. Shui Yang and Bai would also come after finishing a job. The hotel they booked for Lin Che was very luxurious. Lin Che didn't ask for it himself, but the production team was happy now. Not to mention a luxurious hotel, they would even find a villa for Lin Che. The production team was waiting for Lin Che at the door. When they saw Lin Che, they quickly went to welcome him as if they were serving an old Buddha. Lin Che was still feeling strange when Yu Minmin said softly, "Their show is relying on you to dominate the charts. I heard that the station and the production team are overjoyed, so they look at you like they're looking at a family member." Lin Che smiled at the production team. "Hello. Sister Che, you're really beautiful. You haven't changed at all. You're getting more and more beautiful. You haven't changed at all and your temperament has improved a lot," the other party complimented. Lin Che listened half-truthfully. He knew that they were good at coaxing people. Otherwise, how could they have gotten so many celebrities? Lin Che smiled and said, "Thank you for your hard work this time." "Not at all. This is what we should do. Sister Che, it's our honor that you chose our show for your comeback. The director said that we'll definitely make special arrangements for you this time so that your appearance will be especially eye-catching." Yu Minmin said, "Thank you so much, but actually, our Lin Che doesn't need any special arrangements. We'll definitely cooperate with the production team. As long as it's within the range we can accept, we'll do it." "Oh right, we said in private that we want to be compared with Peng Yu." Chapter 823. The production crew was stunned. Then, they understood what Yu Minmin meant. They thought that Lin Che was really confident. Peng Yu had become quite popular in recent years, and her acting skills had been fully acknowledged. Lin Che hadn't acted for so many years. If he couldn't compete with her, then his comeback this time would be a little dangerous. If he won, then it would be called a spurt of energy. If he lost right after coming out, then he would go down the road of decline. However, they didn't know that Lin Che had accepted the challenge just to teach Peng Yu a lesson. Therefore, they naturally fired at Peng Yu the moment they arrived. The production crew said, "All right, as long as it's what Sister Che wants, we will do our best." Yu Minmin smiled and said, "All right, I thank you on behalf of Lin Che. Don't worry, we and Peng Yu will definitely be very effective. You won't regret this arrangement." The production crew was stunned. Looking at Yu Minmin's confident look, they wondered why she was so sure that Lin Che could win against Peng Yu. Wasn't she underestimating him? After all, Peng Yu was an A-list celebrity. However, they weren't afraid of having too many topics to talk about. At first, they were worried that Lin Che didn't want to compare himself with Peng Yu. But now, it seemed that Lin Che didn't have any concerns. As for who won or lost, it didn't affect them at all. The show's ratings and online viewership had increased and their show was a success. That was the most important thing. They didn't care how this would affect Lin Che's comeback at all. Lin Che returned to his room and started reading today's news carefully. As expected, as soon as the crew went back, they began to ask the Internet Water Army to hype up the show. The internet celebrities also began to guess whether Lin Che and Peng Yu would have a duel in this show. Because Lin Che, who hadn't appeared for many years, no one knew whether his skills had deteriorated or improved, so no one knew what the result would be. Suddenly, there was a lot of suspense on the show and the topic was raised again. At home. After Lin Che went to City S, Gu Jingze looked at Gu Xinian and felt that it was necessary to test him. When Lin Che was around, he was worried that Lin Che wouldn't be willing and felt that he was pressuring Gu Xinian. However, Gu Jingze still needed to know Gu Xinian's intelligence so that he could arrange training courses for him. Gu Jingze took Gu Xinian to Chen Yuqing for the test. Chen Yuqing looked at Gu Xinian and said, "Hey, kid, my 2 kids are going to your kindergarten in the second half of the year. Don't bully them." Gu Xinian said, "Do I feel any sense of accomplishment bullying them?" "TSK, then I'll let them bully you together." Chen Yuqing couldn't bear to see this little brat being so arrogant. Seriously, he was as domineering as his father. Looking at the big and small pair, it really made people feel that they were really asking for a beating. Gu Xinian looked up. Parents these days always think that they can control their children. Chen Yuqing blushed. He didn't seem to be able to control those 2 at home. Not obedient at all. Before giving birth, she had never thought that giving birth to a child would be so troublesome. Naturally, children nowadays had mothers, nannies, and grandparents taking care of them together. They were already lawless and fearless of nothing, so why would they be afraid of him? He looked at Gu Xinian and said, "I'm their father. Do you think they'll listen to me in the end?" Humph. Gu Jingze looked at him with a blank expression. "Are you done yet? Hurry up and give me the test." Yes. "Boss, I'll be right there." He muttered, "You're the only one who can do such a small test. If it were someone else, I would have asked them to do it long ago. Why are you rushing me?" Gu Jingze looked at him. "You don't want your research funds anymore, do you?" Sigh, "I didn't say anything." Chen Yuqing checked him and found that his body didn't have the same abnormality as Gu Jingze's. He didn't have any reaction to the woman's blood. Then, he came to test his intelligence. After testing him with test questions, Gu Xinian looked up and said, "Is there anything new? I've done this kind of IQ test a few times online." Chen Yuqing, who had originally used children's test questions, had to increase the difficulty. Finally, after a few rounds of tests, Chen Yuqing took the things out and said to Gu Jingze, "I didn't expect your son to score so high. More than 140 points. Whether it was in terms of speed or results, he was much smarter than the average person. He was simply the prototype of a genius. No wonder he was so good at it since he was young." Gu Jingze looked at the questions and the answers on them and nodded. Then, he returned to the room and said to Gu Xinian, "I might take you to a training institution later, but don't tell your mother about this for now." Gu Xinian said, "Oh, that's great. Will it be more fun than kindergarten?" "Of course, but it's crueler and more difficult. You'd better be prepared. I'll give you a choice. If you don't want to, you don't have to go. But if you go, you definitely can't give up halfway." Gu Xinian sat there, deep in thought. His little brain was working non-stop. Of course, he knew that the cruelty his father said would be extraordinary, but he wanted to become stronger. He wanted to be stronger so that his mother would no longer be bullied, so that his mother would no longer have to run away from everyone, so that she could live the life she wanted. Then, he felt that he was willing to accept this kind of hardship. He looked at Gu Jingze and nodded vigorously. "I'm not afraid of hardship." Gu Jingze said, "If you can still say these words after you go, then you're really brave." Gu Xinian said, "I will." Gu Jingze went back to arrange bodyguards and a few more secret guards for Gu Xinian to secretly protect and track him. Although he loved his son very much, it was not the same as a mother's love. He had to be rational and understand that the greater a person's ability, the greater his responsibility. He had the ability and he had to be able to bear this responsibility, so that he would not be bullied in the future. Although it was hard in the short term, he would understand in the future that this hard work would never be in vain. No one's hard work was in vain. Some people might feel that it was useless at first, but one day, the things that you learned would give you unexpected help. He had gotten to where he was today because he had prepared for a rainy day. There were many things that seemed like they didn't need to learn, but when it came time to use them, the person who was prepared would be the real winner. Chapter 8:24. Lin Che checked into the hotel. They also arranged a suite for Yu Minmin. Although Yu Minmin was a manager's room was usually a little worse than an artist's room. What a joke, this manager was different from other managers. She was the president's wife, so the production team specially arranged it for her. The manager followed the artistes to make arrangements for the artistes. At the same time, they had to speak up for the artistes. There were some things that the artistes couldn't say out loud, but the artistes couldn't say it too forcefully either. If word got out, it would affect their image. These were all things that the manager had to speak up for them. So just now, Yu Minmin was the one who spoke harshly to the production crew. Lin Che just had to stay at the back and not say anything. Lin Che had a tacit understanding with Yu Minmin for many years. He didn't need to nurture or negotiate to know what the other was thinking, so it was naturally much more convenient. Soon, Bai and Shui Yang also arrived. Bai stayed with Yu Minmin and everyone went to the program group to rehearse in the afternoon. Shui Yang said, I heard that Ping Yu has also arrived, but she's staying at the Hilton Hotel. I guess she doesn't want to stay with you. Lin Che said, if she has money, she can move out if she wants to. I'll listen to her arrangements. Their company had a tradition that their artists would never be picky about such things. This made their company's reputation a lot better. In any case, they were considerate of the program's budget. They could live a little worse, but they hoped that more money would be invested into the program. The program was good, and it was also good for their reputation. At night, the show started filming. Peng Yu had her men investigate for a long time. When she was in the nanny van, she was still very worried. She looked outside and said to the staff, did you see what Lin Che was wearing? Did the production team prepare it for you, or did you bring it with you? This. I'm really not sure. Lin Che went there without makeup in the afternoon and only went to put on makeup at night. He hasn't arrived yet. Damn it. Peng Yu was really anxious. She had already thought in her heart that she must ruthlessly suppress Lin Che this time. She must not let him surpass her again. Also, what is she doing in this competition? Is she doing it with Shuiyang? Did you guys see what you took in the scene that you set? We've watched it. It's with Shuiyang. It's a romantic drama. Here's the script. The staff hurriedly handed it over as if it was a treasure. Seeing that there was a script, she slapped him again. The staff member looked aggrieved. Peng Yu said, if you saw it, why didn't you tell me earlier? Humph. The staff was speechless. But looking at Peng Yu, he didn't dare to say anything. Peng Yu was anxious, so she vented her anger. Looking at that paragraph, Peng Yu snorted and said, I changed the script at the last minute. I want to play this role. The staff member was speechless as he said, Ancestor, we've practiced that once so many times. If you change it at the last minute and it's not as good as that one, what should we do? Don't you believe in my acting skills? Peng Yu snorted and said sharply, do you also think I'm not as good as her in acting? No, I want the director to switch me in front of Lin Che immediately. Otherwise, if I quit now, I'll see what the director's team will do. At this time, who will they find to fill my vacancy? The staff was really speechless. Everyone was still scolding them, saying that Ping Yu's team was not good and was dragging them down. However, they had to be able to control Ping Yu. It was all because Ping Yu had a lot of bad ideas. However, Ping Yu didn't need to say anything, because it was the staff who contacted her. They were scolded badly, but who knew that they couldn't do anything about it? The staff member immediately contacted the program team. When the program team heard this, they were furious. They all said that Ping Yu was a troublemaker, and it seemed that it was true. The director's team said, otherwise, just ignore her. If she wants to quit, she can quit. We can't afford to wait on her. The people next to them quickly said, no, this is the duel between her and Lin Che today. If she quits, people will say that we lied to her. The director's team was also very innocent. What did it have to do with them? They had been stood up at the last minute. There was no script, and it wasn't planned in advance. It was Ping Yu's idea. The director's team thought for a moment and sent someone to ask Lin Che about his attitude. If Lin Che wasn't happy, they could ask her to quit. They couldn't afford to offend Lin Che. After all, Lin Che was the big shot today. In the end, when they reached Lin Che's place, Lin Che was doing his makeup. Listening to the staff members scolding and complaining, she smiled and said, it's okay. Just do as Ping Yu says. Quit. Someone had played this trick many years ago. Why would she be afraid? Lin Che smiled faintly. Tell the director that we will cooperate with the program. We don't care what Ping Yu wants. The staff member saw how easy it was to talk to Ping Yu. Compared to her, Ping Yu was trash. The staff member quickly went and told the director. The director was very grateful. Yu Minmin watched as the staff member left and said to Lin Che, is she playing tricks? Lin Che said, she's digging her own grave. Don't regret it when the time comes. Yu Minmin laughed. Really, does she think we've been doing this for nothing all these years? I'm looking forward to the consequences of her digging her own grave tomorrow. When Ping Yu heard this, the program team agreed immediately. Then, the car that was parked by the roadside continued to move forward. She harumphed and patted the script. I told you that the director wouldn't dare to offend me. The staff member wanted to persuade her again, but seeing that Ping Yu had already made up her mind, he could only hold it in and keep his mouth shut. Lin Che watched from backstage. He heard the staff member say that the stage was ready and they would be able to enter soon. Lin Che calmly dragged his dress and walked out. The moment he stepped out, he bumped into Ping Yu, who had arrived a few hours late. Ping Yu's gaze sharpened when she saw Lin Che. Her gaze was immediately attracted by the beautiful gold-threaded gown she was wearing. The gold-threaded gown shimmered under the lights, making her look very elegant. Ping Yu could tell at a glance that the gold-threaded gown was definitely not cheap. Otherwise, it would not have such a textured effect. The gown must be very expensive. Her gaze immediately turned vicious again. She watched as Lin Che walked past her. That look was really arrogant. She immediately walked into her makeup room angrily. She slammed the door and shouted at the staff member, what kind of gown did the production team give us and what kind of gown did they give her? They are so biased. The staff member was anxious. I'll go and ask what's going on right now. Chapter 825. The staff member immediately said, don't worry, we'll go and ask right away. The staff member hurriedly went out to question the program crew, asking why they treated Lin Che so well but treated Ping Yu so badly. In the end, the program crew said, Lin Che brought the clothes himself. It has nothing to do with us. The staff member had no choice but to return to the dressing room dejectedly. When she told Pingyu about this, Pingyu said in surprise, "She brought it herself." "I've searched it. It's a British luxury brand and it's exclusive to the royal family. It's custom-made and there are only a few pieces of it. Each piece is extremely expensive." Why did she buy such expensive clothes? The staff member didn't know what to say. Although Pingyu was unwilling, she could only grit her teeth and snort. "It seems that Lin Che is really serious about going against me. He spent so much money on such expensive clothes just to go against me." She felt that she had miscalculated. She hadn't expected Lin Che to be so well prepared. He had even spent so much effort on the clothes. Fortunately, she still had the script in her hands. She looked at the script and practiced it again in between makeup sessions. When she felt very satisfied, she walked out of the dressing room. Outside. When Lin Che walked out of the dressing room, everyone had already gathered around to prepare for her. Looking at Lin Che's clothes, she was graceful yet noble. Her slender waist was accentuated by a thin belt, making it seem as if she could grab it with one hand. Because she had never done it before, her breasts were well proportioned and looked very natural. She was dressed in black clothes with golden threads, noble and elegant, natural and unrestrained. Her porcelain white skin appeared even whiter, like a lotus flower that was untainted by mud, pure and natural. Everyone looked at her and felt that Lin Che's clothes made her look even more imposing. They couldn't help but look at her. Initially, they didn't want the guests to bring their own clothes because they had sponsors. However, when they saw how expensive the clothes Lin Che brought were, they had no choice but to give up on that idea. How could they compare their sponsors with the British royal family's products? Moreover, the clothes were indeed too beautiful. They were so beautiful that they couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. The program soon entered the countdown. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the new episode of the National Drama Festival. Following the host's impassioned voice, the audience applauded. There were a lot of people in the audience today. The directors sat in the director's seat, and the audience also held a voting device in their hands. Everyone looked at the host's introduction, and then the guests began to enter the venue. The first to come up was a tender and fair young man who was only 18 years old. He was a newcomer recently, and everyone liked him at first glance. Following the music, a few new starlets appeared on stage. Shui Yang was the next to appear. The crowd was in an uproar. Some of the fans in the back row who did not have the right to vote were screaming. Pingyu also appeared at this time. She smiled slightly and tilted her head, looking very cute. The director team backstage couldn't help but want to pout. He was so hateful in the backstage, but he really knew how to put on an act in front of the camera. At this time, the host's voiceover sounded again. Ladies and gentlemen, today, let us use our warm applause and your screams to welcome our mystery guest today. Then, the live music suddenly changed to a warm melody. On the big screen, the roles that Lin Che had played in the past appeared one by one. Those unforgettable characters appeared on the screen. Then, at the back of the stage, the screen suddenly opened to both sides. In the middle, a pair of huge golden wings appeared. When the wings spread, the person behind the wings was like a dark angel in the night, appearing directly in front of everyone. Wow, Lin Che! Oh my god, Lin Che's appearance is so handsome. As expected of Lin Che. He must be the key guest today. There were so many guests, but Lin Che was the only one who received such good treatment. Although the guests in front wanted to be jealous, they also thought that Lin Che had been a hot topic for so long, so his appearance would definitely not be too ordinary. This was already not bad. The reason why they did not send a helicopter was because the venue was too small. Some people had this ability, so it was useless to be jealous. They felt that their topic was not as good as Lin Che's, and they were not as popular as Lin Che. Seeing Lin Che's beautiful performance, they also felt that he deserved it, so they were naturally convinced. But how could Pingyu be convinced? She looked at the scene and saw that Lin Che was praised so highly. She felt that she should not have come. If she had come, wouldn't she have become a foil? But if she really did not come, it was basically impossible. She was indeed a person who cared about her reputation. No matter what, she would not let people think that she was running away because she could not compete with Lin Che. She looked in Lin Che's direction and thought to herself, forget it. So what if I look good on stage? Isn't it because of the hype? So the production team had to pay attention to me. But today's scene was very fair. Everything was based on acting skills. Lin Che stood there and looked down, feeling a little dizzy for a moment. Seriously, he had left the stage for too long. Standing here now, he really felt a little uncomfortable. Especially when he saw that there were so many people below. After Lin Che appeared, all the preparations for the show were finally ready. The host looked at Lin Che and hurried over to interview him. Lin Che, really, looking at you makes me feel like I'm dreaming. Long time no see, long time no see. Lin Che smiled as he played with his hair. Holding the microphone, he looked down and said, yeah, I also feel like I'm dreaming. Especially since I was afraid that I would finally get a chance to perform, I purposely made an especially tight outfit. Now I feel like I'm going to suffocate. Lin Che came up with a very down-to-earth sentence. It was neither pretentious nor conventional, and the audience couldn't help but look over. Lin Che's waist indeed looked very tight. This outfit was especially beautiful, and it also made people gasp in surprise at Lin Che's good figure. These words couldn't help but make people feel that she was very down-to-earth, and they also successfully discovered the uniqueness of her outfit. The host was also amused and laughed. He said, really? Why did I hear that our show spent a lot of money to invite you? Lin Che said, how could that be? I didn't ask for money when I came here. I'm just a has-been actor. How would I dare to ask for money from such a big show? It's already good enough that they gave me a chance. The audience burst into laughter. How could Lin Che be considered a has-been actor? She had only left for a while. Initially, everyone thought that an actor who had left for a few years and then returned was probably already a has-been. However, Lin Che's arrival was the first to become a topic of discussion, and she successfully grabbed the headlines. How could she be considered a has-been? However, this self-deprecating sentence made people like Lin Che even more. Everyone thought that Lin Che indeed had such a carefree personality. Her words were especially funny, down-to-earth, and she was so beautiful. That was why she had become popular so quickly back then. Chapter 8:26. The host asked, what have you been up to these days? Lin Che held the microphone and looked at the host. I've been studying abroad, taking a break and recuperating. I've also been watching the domestic entertainment news across the sea. When I'm free, I see some gossip. I really think it's very interesting to watch the entertainment industry as an audience. She looked at Pingyu with a smile. These words were actually aimed at Pingyu, but some people on the stage didn't realize it. However, many people on the internet had already praised Lin Che, saying that he was so calm and unhurried. First, he satirized Pingyu's previous attacks on him one by one. The host thought that Lin Che was easy to talk to and interesting, so he unconsciously said a lot. After the questions and answers, it was the turn of the other guests. When Pingyu and Lin Che were in the same frame for the first time and stood close to each other, the difference between them became more and more obvious. Lin Che was so natural and generous, while Pingyu was so pretentious. People on the internet began to compare them. From the live broadcast, they felt that Lin Che had won in terms of momentum. However, the real show had just begun. The competition of acting skills was divided into two parts, the self-brought script and the prescribed script. The first part was the self-brought script, and the contestants could choose what they wanted to act in. The latter part was the prescribed script, which the director asked the contestants to act in. The host happily read the advertising message and explained the rules. Then, he began to introduce the contestants. The directors and judges were looking at the people on the stage. Their scores would take up 60% of the total score, while the audience's popularity would take up 40%. This was because the directors were more professional and could see professional things, so their professional scores would be higher. The audience's scores were based on their own opinions. If they liked the contestants, they might give them points. Although the proportion was not small, it was less than that of the directors and judges. The final score of the contestants was the sum of the two scores. The directors looked at the contestants in front of them, and then looked at the information in their hands. In fact, they knew these artists in private, especially those who were still active. They knew that their acting skills were not bad. Although Ping Yu's evaluation wasn't high, her acting skills were good. But Lin Che, they had no idea how Lin Che was doing. In the past, although Lin Che had always said that her acting was good, the roles she acted in were natural, but they couldn't tell how good her acting was. In addition, she hadn't acted in any roles in recent years. Compared with Peng Yu, who had always been active in the A-list, they felt that she was inferior. Therefore, in terms of professionalism, they did not have high expectations for Lin Che. Not long after, the competition finally began. The performances of the few contestants who went up first were remarkable. The newcomers these days were quite good at acting, especially those who dared to participate in the National Drama Festival. Before Shui Yang went up, he greeted Lin Che. Lin Che gave him an encouraging smile and watched him go on stage. Accompanying him was a newcomer from the company. The two of them were acting in a classic TV series. When Lin Che saw Shui Yang's behavior, he couldn't help but recall the first time he met him. That young and inexperienced face, that arrogant and untamed manner. In fact, he was more like a hooligan. But now, he was a dazzling big star. Lin Che couldn't help but think proudly. It seemed like her eyesight was pretty good. Moreover, Shui Yang's acting skills were really good. He must have put in a lot of effort. When he finished his performance, he won a lot of applause. The director also felt that it was not bad. They looked at each other and praised each other. And then, Peng Yu had been looking in Lin Che's direction. However, Lin Che didn't even look at her, as if she didn't exist at all. Peng Yu couldn't even find a place to vent her anger. Then, it was finally her turn. She stood up and looked in Lin Che's direction. She raised her sharp chin and smiled. Then, she looked at Lin Che and said, "Senior Lin Che, it's my turn soon. You've probably been away for a long time and haven't seen my work. This time, I'll have to ask for your guidance." Lin Che smiled faintly and said, "Really? Then work hard." Peng Yu snorted and went up the stage proudly. She thought to herself, "Just watch Lin Che. I'll see what you're going to do later." Then, Peng Yu put aside everything else and began to use all her strength to perform the part that Lin Che had originally planned to perform. The director was stunned. He flipped through the script and found that Peng Yu hadn't originally planned to perform this part. Why did she suddenly change it? The director was also looking at them gloomily. He had been worried that Peng Yu would make trouble, but he didn't expect that it would really happen. Only Lin Che looked at Peng Yu, who was working hard to perform. Chen Jingru could see the expression on his face. Because the director had the script in advance and had also given the director and the judges script, they all knew at a glance that Peng Yu had taken Lin Che's script and performed it herself. Wasn't this a little too insulting? The director patted his head and thought to himself, no wonder Peng Yu insisted on performing before Lin Che. It turns out that this was her idea. Now, what would happen to Lin Che later? What about their show, 2 parts of the same performance? Now there was a lot to talk about. However, when the director looked at Lin Che, who was on the stage, they were surprised to find that Lin Che was looking at Peng Yu's performance calmly. It seemed that he wasn't panicking at all. His calmness made the director calm down as well. Lin Che's expression seemed to have given them great motivation. They began to think quietly about how to deal with it later. But at that moment, Yu Minmin suddenly came up with a flash drive and a script. She smiled and said to the director, Lin Che will perform this part in a moment. Ha! The director took the script and flipped it open. Yu Minmin said, in order to prevent any accidents, we have prepared 2 plans. This is Lin Che's second plan. The director flipped open the script and had a look, a song and dance drama. Lin Che was going to perform in a song and dance drama. No way. This, Yu Minmin said, what I just gave you is the music clip. Just put it in. We're ready. Yu Minmin smiled mysteriously. The experienced people and the director immediately understood that Lin Che had prepared this song and dance drama a long time ago. The previous one was deliberately shown to Peng Yu. And Peng Yu fell into his trap. She directly abandoned her part and snatched Lin Che's script. Great, Peng Yu was just like that, yet she still wanted to fight with Lin Che. As expected of a senior who had gone through many hardships in the entertainment industry. She didn't even put Peng Yu in her eyes. Chapter 827. The director didn't pay much attention to Peng Yu's performance. His mind was still on the script. As he looked at the script, he was thinking about what to do with Lin Che and what was going on. In fact, Peng Yu's performance was remarkable. She was good enough to reach such a level in such a short time, which showed that she was really a capable person. The audience who didn't know the truth watched with interest. They thought that Peng Yu was indeed Peng Yu. Her acting skills were predictable. After watching Peng Yu's performance, they couldn't help but worry about Lin Che. Most people didn't have confidence in Lin Che. The reason was similar. She had been away for too long and they were worried that her acting skills couldn't keep up. When Peng Yu finished her performance, there was a round of applause. She came down from the stage and saw the director, the judges, and the other staff talking about her. She knew that she had successfully disrupted the rhythm of the program. But she didn't care about that. Anyway, her performance was over. It was Lin Che who was in a mess. It was up to her how Lin Che would deal with it. In fact, the more Lin Che was in a mess, the better. Peng Yu couldn't wait to see the result. After coming down from the stage, Peng Yu snorted at her staff and threw her costume down arrogantly. She sat down and asked someone to bring her water. I told you that you can rest assured about my acting skills. How was my performance just now? The staff hurriedly brought her some throat-soothing tea and complimented her. Very good. Very good. Of course we know our ability. But safety first. It's not that we don't trust you. Peng Yu had completed the script beyond expectations. Her performance was perfect. Whether it was the detailed expressions or the big action lines, they were all very emotional. The audience below the stage burst into tears. The part that Lin Che chose was also a good one. Anyone with a little acting skills would have a good effect. If Lin Che had acted this part, it would have been hard to tell who was better than Peng Yu. Everyone was still glad that Peng Yu was lucky this time. She acted well. Now it was time to see how Lin Che would deal with it. Peng Yu was standing on her tiptoes and looking at the stage in front of her. The stage was much slower than before. Peng Yu smiled. However, at this time, the music suddenly sounded. A cheerful melody suddenly made people feel a little surprised. What was Lin Che doing? Did she change the script? Changed what? Before anyone could react, Lin Che suddenly descended from the sky and appeared on the stage, suspended by the wires. She held one side of the skirt in her hand, and when she flew past, she looked like a butterfly. After landing to the music, she quickly spun around and lifted her feet up to the top of her head. Following the music, she did not stop. Instead, she began to dance with the male actors who appeared one after another. The director and the judges finally reacted. She had chosen a musical to act in. No one knew that Lin Che could dance. In the past, Lin Che had never danced. This new scene shocked everyone. What was even more shocking was Lin Che's graceful movements. Every movement was at a professional level. Even his facial expressions and movements were on point. Some people might think that musical dramas have no acting skills, but that's not the case. A musical was a test of one's acting skills. She had to dance along with the song and dance. She had to remember the movements, and she had to match her emotions and expressions. Because the song and dance were too gorgeous, her expression had to be on point in order to be noticed. Once her acting skills were on full display, a song and dance drama was more moving and stimulating than a static script. As the cheerful music ended, sadness began to play out. Lin Che's movements slowed down, from the originally cheerful butterflies, to a still dance. But, every movement, coupled with her sorrowful expression, made people feel as if they were there and could empathize with her. Following that, her slow movements gradually sped up. It was as if she was describing a person slowly walking out of despair, slowly accepting reality, and slowly, finding hope. Although it was sad, time had to go on. Although it was sad, life could not stop. She stood up bit by bit. Her stirring appearance made people feel even more moved. Everyone felt as if they were looking at a female warrior, and their hearts were filled with hope. Finally, the music ended in a climax. Lin Che made the last pose. The audience cheered. The camera swept across the audience. Everyone was applauding excitedly. They were crying and laughing at the same time. It was very emotional. Lin Che's song and dance show came too suddenly. It changed the atmosphere from static to dynamic. Moreover, it was the only song and dance show these days, so it made the audience feel refreshed all of a sudden. Very little. After the performance, the director stood up and looked at Lin Che. He felt that she was an actor. Whatever she did, she looked exactly like that. No matter what, she could deeply immerse herself in the role. They felt ashamed for doubting Lin Che's acting skills. Looking at Lin Che, they felt that Lin Che deserved a high score. After the performance, the host hurried to start the next round of interviews before the scores came out. At this time, the director realized that Peng Yu had disappeared. She had escaped from the interview and no one knew where she had gone. But it didn't matter now. The host didn't care about Peng Yu and started asking Lin Che, "I've never seen you dance before." Lin Che smiled and said, "I think that humans have to improve. I also see that the competition is so big now and there are so many young and hot girls. If I don't work hard, won't I soon be beaten to the beach? So I also want to quickly develop myself. I want to see what else I have that can be developed and develop it all." The host smiled and said, "Then why did you think of a musical?" Lin Che said, "I wanted to sing. I was afraid that you guys wouldn't be able to bear it." Everyone suddenly remembered that Lin Che was tone deaf when he sang and was laughed at before. The audience laughed along with him. The host smiled and asked Shuai-yang, "You guys are from the same company. Don't you guys sing karaoke together?" Shuai-yang said, "Actually, Sister Che is a mic hog in the K room. We're already used to it." Everyone started chatting and laughing. They talked about the small matter of Lin Che and Shuai-yang being in the same company, causing many jokes. When the performance ended for the day and the scores would come out the next day, they ended the recording and left. Lin Che was exhausted after dancing. However, when she went out, she saw someone waiting for her at the entrance. Gu Jingze actually came here without a sound. Chapter 828. Gu Jingze could only stand outside and wait. He leaned against the side of the car and looked inside. He didn't usually like to smoke, but he was never addicted to it and he didn't like to play with his phone, so he just stood there like a scenery in the middle of the night. No one was allowed to enter here, but Gu Jingze was a privileged class no matter where he went. Seeing Lin Che come out, the staff of the TV station hurried over and said to Lin Che, "Miss Lin, you're out. That gentleman has been waiting for you for a long time." Hearing this, Lin Che hurriedly thanked the staff, then ran towards Gu Jingze. "Gu Jingze, how did you get in?" She looked at the staff behind her and it seemed that they didn't know who Gu Jingze was. Gu Jingze said, "I asked for a special pass." Gu Jingze took out a pass from his pocket and showed it to Lin Che. Lin Che nodded. He knew that Gu Jingze would always have a way. He was just curious about how he got in this time. Gu Jingze said, "How is it? Is the live broadcast over?" "Yeah, it just ended." "Ah, Bai and the others are over there." Gu Jingze raised his head and nodded in Ah Bai's direction. Ah Bai muttered to Yu Minmin, "You're so close." Yu Minmin said, "You'll get used to it." The two of them looked at each other and smiled. Then they saw Ping Yu, who had just disappeared, come out. Just now, Ping Yu was so angry that she locked herself in the makeup room and refused to go out. No matter how hard the staff knocked on the door, she just wouldn't come out. No matter how hard she tried to perform, she couldn't beat Lin Che. Lin Che played a trick and came up with a song and dance, which was refreshing. He also showed off her dancing skills and her acting skills, which made the audience confused. The director and the judges were all staring at her. No matter what her score was tomorrow, she was already a winner today. The staff outside had long been angry. They had told her to come here honestly, but now Lin Che had made a fool of himself. Peng Yu didn't reflect on herself, but hid inside and refused to come out. When Peng Yu came out, the staff said, "The interview that Lin Che filmed outside just now was very good." Everyone was very happy when it was broadcasted. Peng Yu was so angry that she pushed the staff away and walked out with a black face. Who knew that the moment she stepped out, she would see that Lin Che and the others were still there. Peng Yu was about to vent her anger when she saw Lin Che standing with a man. That man was like a cold jade buried in the ground. His entire body exuded a cold and noble aura. That coquettish face and that perfect figure were truly unforgettable. Peng Yu was stunned. Her eyes moved, and the shape of a heart unconsciously appeared in her eyes. What a charming man. There were many handsome men in the entertainment industry, but this was the first time she had seen such a perfect and flawless man with such temperament, appearance and aura. Peng Yu suddenly remembered that this man was the man Lin Che was exposed at that time. Although the person in the photo was blurry and couldn't be seen clearly, he could be recognized immediately when he looked at the real person. Because with that perfect side profile, how could he find another person? Her eyes became brighter and brighter as she stared at the man. Gu Jingze held Lin Che's shoulder and said, "Let's go. I'll take you back to the hotel." "Oh, all right then. Now that you're here, what about Nian Nian?" "Don't worry, someone will take care of him. Actually, Nian Nian was very busy. He had to go to kindergarten during the day and had other training at night. Lin Che nodded and nodded. Peng Yu hurriedly took a few steps forward. Gu Jingze heard the movement, turned around and looked coldly in Peng Yu's direction. The moment she was stared at by his cold eyes, Peng Yu couldn't help but be rooted to the ground. She looked in his direction without moving an inch. Gu Jingze glanced at her but didn't say a word. He directly led Lin Che into the car. The two of them sat in the car for a long time. Peng Yu recovered from the shock and looked in the direction of Gu Jingze's departure. Her mind was racing. The staff behind them followed. "Shall we go?" they asked Peng Yu. Peng Yu said, "Why are you rushing me?" She turned around and pulled a staff over. "Who is the man who just left with Lin Che?" "Ha! We don't know." Peng Yu said, "That man must be very rich." "Ha!" The staff looked at Peng Yu's sparkling eyes and was a little puzzled. "No matter how rich he is, it has nothing to do with you." Bai snorted, crossed her arms, and floated in front of her. "What are you talking about?" Peng Yu raised her head and shouted. She saw Shui Yang pulling his backpack and floated over from the side with a warning. Peng Yu snorted. "Really, don't act like a manager. Shui Yang, you're too cowardly. You're a big star and you still have to carry your own backpack. What's a manager doing?" "Humph, you're as arrogant as your boss." Shui Yang glanced at her face. "My manager is my closest partner. If I don't have to do something, whoever's more convenient will do it. I'm a man. If I let my manager give me a backpack, that would be a joke. Besides, I've always believed that people are mutually beneficial. If you treat her well, she'll treat you well. If you don't treat your manager as a person, then your future, hee." Peng Yu's expression changed again. Bai looked at Shui Yang proudly. "Let's go. Don't reason with this kind of person." Shui Yang nodded and followed Bai out. Peng Yu snorted. Who does he think he is? Of course, she didn't know that Bai, a daughter of a rich family, was playing with sincerity. She was with Shui Yang to make friends and treat Shui Yang sincerely. She didn't want to rely on Shui Yang to get a penny. Shui Yang also understood that, so he naturally made friends with Bai sincerely. The two of them had been together for so long and they couldn't be provoked by a few words. Peng Yu thought that Bai was just a simple manager. She didn't know her true identity. She kept thinking that Shui Yang was really cowardly. Peng Yu said to the people around her, "Go and find out who the man next to Lin Che is." "Oh, yes, yes." Peng Yu said, "He's definitely not an ordinary person. He must be a big financial backer. I didn't expect Lin Che to have such a backer. No wonder he's so arrogant every day." Everyone seemed to have guessed what Peng Yu wanted to do and said, "Lin Che is still here today. Let's not make things too awkward. Go back and find out." Peng Yu turned around and shouted, "Go and find out for me now. What's there to be afraid of?" "Yes, yes." The staff didn't dare to say another word and hurriedly left. Peng Yu lifted her clothes and said, "What hotel did the TV station prepare for us? Let's move there now." Chapter 829. The staff was stunned again. "What?" Peng Yu said, "What's wrong? Can't I cooperate with the TV station? Go and tell the TV station that we want a suite over there. And I want one that's the same as Lin Che's. It'd be best if it's nearby, on the same floor, with the same appearance." That day, when Lin Che's show was broadcasted, it immediately attracted high ratings. Some of the interesting things that happened during the broadcast were also immediately posted on Weibo. One of Lin Che's strengths was that she was very funny when she spoke. Ever since she had become popular, she had never cared about her self-deprecating image. She didn't feel the slightest bit pretentious. Instead, everything was very natural. Her interaction with the host was very smooth and the entire show's rhythm was very good. It felt as if they were arguing with each other. The atmosphere also became joyful and there was endless laughter. There were also many classic jokes that were posted on the internet for people to spread. Many people saw Lin Che's clips and quickly went to watch the show on the internet. Hence, after the ratings increased, the number of views on the internet exploded. Not long after the show was broadcasted, the number of views on the internet increased. These businessmen had grasped the timing very well and had sufficient information. Seeing this situation, they immediately called Yu Minmin. When Yu Minmin answered the call, she was very surprised. A few shows called one after another, asking if Lin Che was interested in participating in their variety shows. Because they felt that Lin Che's performance on variety shows was very good, everyone really wanted her to go. Yu Minmin hurriedly said, "Sorry, we haven't considered going on variety shows yet. If we do, we'll contact you." Lin Che's path was to become a proper actor, not a variety show. It was fine to go on one or two variety shows, but if she went on all kinds of shows, it would be different. Hence, for variety shows, she had to choose well. She had to be popular to participate in them. If she wasn't popular, it would be a loss of status. Yu Minmin watched the news and felt that Lin Che was indeed talented in this area. He was very good at controlling the situation. During the interview, her interaction with Shui Yang, talking about how they were in the company, talking about Shui Yang's little secrets, and talking about how Shui Yang looked when they first met. Her vivid narration made people unable to hold back their laughter. They were instantly attracted to it. There was absolutely no intention of skipping to watch it, and there was absolutely no sense of awkwardness over there. Mu Firen chose a suitable house and drove Yunyun back. She was not used to the traffic rules here, which were different from those in the United States. She had been abroad for a long time, so she was used to the streets there. She had just bought a car and drove it by herself, so she felt a little weird. Yunyun sat by the side, so she was even more careful. She smiled when she saw Yunyun obediently reading in the child's seat. She felt very happy that Yunyun could continue to go to school with Nian Nian. Since she was happy, it was worth it to stay. All of a sudden, Mu Firen's phone rang. It was Wei Jingjing again. How could she have the cheek to call him? Mu Firen put on her earphones to listen. Seeing that the call went through, Wei Jingjing said hurriedly, "Mu Firen, not bad. When did you hook up with such a powerful man?" Mu Firen said, "Do you want those photos back?" "I'm sorry, but there's no chance now." Don't be so smug, Mu Firen. These photos are useless to you. I know you don't lack money, but no one will complain about having too much money. Give me a price. How much is it for you to return the photos to me? Sorry, I can't keep you company. I'm not selling. Mu Firen snorted and hung up. She knew that Wei Jingjing had become timid. She was starting to show weakness. Since that was the case, of course, she would not be afraid of her. Then, she picked up the phone and said to the person in charge, "Help me send out the photos I mentioned earlier. Upload them online. Remember to cover up the face first. If it's a match, right? The entertainment industry is really messy. Let people know that this person is from the entertainment industry, but don't say who it is." Wei Jingjing had treated her like this last time, so she would not sit back and do nothing. The person on the phone said, "Okay, don't worry. I'll send it out immediately." After making the arrangements, she turned around and looked at Yunyun. She was wearing earphones, so she could not hear what Mu Firen was saying. She did not want to involve her daughter in this kind of thing. Although she did not know who Yunyun's biological father was, she was a blank piece of paper from the moment she was born. As a mother, she could paint a picture of her daughter's future on it. So, she did not care who Yunyun's father was. She was her baby no matter what. When they got out of the car and reached home, the kindergarten suddenly called and said that there was something wrong with Yunyun's registration. Mu Firen said gloomily, "What's wrong?" The kindergarten said, "There's no epidemic prevention form here. We have to go through the epidemic prevention form before we enter the hospital. We don't have it now, so we need this form." "When can you?" Mu Firen could only say, "Okay, I'll go and have a look right now." Mu Firen continued to take Yunyun out. Since she had nothing to do at night, she might as well take Yunyun to play somewhere else. However, when she arrived at the kindergarten, she saw Mo Jinyen standing at the entrance. She looked at Mo Jinyen. He was standing there in a black trench coat, which made him look very tall. Although she felt cold, he smiled when he walked over and said, "You're here." When Yunyun saw Mo Jinyen, she hurriedly called out sweetly, "Hello, Uncle Mo." Mo Jinyen looked at her and his gaze became even gentler. He lowered his head and carried Yunyun up. Mu Firen looked at him in surprise. "Why are you here?" Mo Jinyen said, "Oh, the kindergarten called me and I've already come over to deal with it. You don't have to take Yunyun in anymore." "What?" Mu Firen was even more puzzled. "Why would the kindergarten call you?" Mo Jinyen looked at Yunyun and smiled, "Since I've already said that I would protect you and Yunyun, then I have to fulfill my responsibility. So, I asked the kindergarten to keep my phone number. If there's any problem, you can call me." "What?" Mu Firen was surprised. "Call him if there was any problem," she said embarrassedly. "How can I trouble you?" Although Mo Jinyen had said that, she didn't take it seriously and didn't expect him to fulfill his promise. He had no relationship with her anyway, so there was no need for him to do so much for her. "Thank you, but it's better for me to handle this small matter." "No way," Mo Jinyen said in a low voice. Mo Jinyen said in a low voice, "I, Mo Jinyen, am a man of my words. Otherwise, how can I survive in this world? Let others say that I, Mo Jinyen, talk big and empty. Who will listen to me in the future? Moreover, these are just small matters. But, if you really feel embarrassed, you can treat me to a meal. I came over before finishing my meal." Chapter 8:30. Mu Firen didn't expect him to change his attitude so quickly and ask her to treat him to dinner. But since he said so, she couldn't reject him. After all, he had said that he didn't have dinner because he came to her place halfway. At this time, Yunyun was also very uncooperative. She called out, "Uncle Mo, I haven't eaten either. Let's eat together." Mu Firen wanted to say that this was the famous big brother Mo and that Yunyun didn't want to call him Uncle Mo. After Lin Che told Mu Firen about Haiying, Mu Firen occasionally asked others and read some information on the internet. As Lin Che had said, Haiying wasn't a good person. Since he was a fearsome big brother Mo, he must have had a dark past and some scary stories. Although he looked so gentle now, Mu Firen didn't know him well and didn't dare to trust him too much. She was probably worried that he would turn into Haiying again. Who knew if he would suddenly fall out with her? Mu Firen saw that Yunyun was still clinging to him. When Mo Jinyen carried Yunyun in his arms, they looked surprisingly harmonious. Yunyun's petite figure was enveloped in his broad embrace, making her look even more adorable. This scene reminded Mu Firen that Yunyun had never been so close to an adult man before because she didn't have a father. Mu Firen's heart ached. She smiled at Mo Jinyen. "All right, I should treat you to dinner. Where shall we eat?" Mo Jinyan looked at Mu Firen. I don't like to eat outside. It's not healthy. What did he mean? He didn't want to eat outside. Did he want to eat at home? Did he want her to cook for him? Then he would have to go to her house. Mu Firen cursed inwardly. She felt that Mo Jinyan, who she had just known for a short time, was too shameless. But thinking about it, he didn't have any ulterior motives. He was the big brother Mo and one of the leaders in the business world. She was just an ordinary actress. What could he want? She had no choice but to agree. Mo Jinyan said, let's go. I'll drive. Take my car. I'll drive you home later, Mu Firen said. However, Mu Firen immediately noticed that Mo Jinyan's car was a black and white Lamborghini sports car. As for her car, although it wasn't cheap, it couldn't be compared. For a moment, she felt that letting Mo Jinyan ride in her car was a little degrading. She was a little embarrassed and only said, why don't you take your car and follow me? Mo Jinyan turned back to look at his car. It was a two-seater sports car with a very low chassis. It wasn't convenient for a child to sit in it. He turned around and said, all right, let's get in your car. Mu Firen watched as Mo Jinyan walked towards his car. Mu Firen hurriedly followed behind him. Mu Firen placed Yunyun in the child's seat at the back. Mo Jinyan glanced at the child's seat, then turned back and sat on the seat in front. Mu Firen's car was more feminine. Mu Firen took a look and found that the car he sat in was slightly small. Mo Jinyan was tall and muscular. Sitting in the car that originally didn't look small suddenly became extremely cramped. Mu Firen found it strange that her car was actually this small. She felt that Mo Jinyan was really uncomfortable sitting in the car, but she couldn't say anything else. She could only hurry up and drive so that they could reach their destination as soon as possible. Mu Firen's home was very cozy. Because there were only the two of them, all the decorations and the floor were very feminine. The moment they entered the door, they felt that the atmosphere was very different. Mu Firen let Yunyun play with Mo Jinyan while she quickly went in to cook. Her culinary skills were not bad. Although it was not particularly delicious, it was still acceptable for her to eat home-cooked dishes. She quickly made a few dishes. When she went out, she saw Yunyun and Mo Jinyan playing together. Yunyun happily climbed onto Mo Jinyan's body. Mo Jinyan smiled brightly and squinted his eyes. He placed Yunyun on his neck and let her ride him around the room. Yunyun's cheerful laughter instantly spread throughout the room. She shyly hugged Mo Jinyan and laughed so hard that her little face turned red. Mu Firen felt very warm for a moment. It was as if she had seen an illusion. But the next moment, she thought, Yunyun was too bold. After all, she was a black eagle. Mu Firen looked at the time. Unknowingly, it was already 9 o'clock. She gratefully said, all right, dinner is ready. Come and eat. Mo Jinyan hugged Yunyun and said, all right, Yunyun, come and eat with us. Okay. Mu Firen quickly took Yunyun from him and said, sorry for letting you play with the child. Mo Jinyan sat down. Her chair was a little small for him. Mu Firen bit her lower lip and looked at him. She sighed inwardly. That was because she had never thought that she would have such a person as a guest in her house. She looked at Mo Jinyan worriedly, but then she realized that the dishes she made were quite to the taste of this big shot. He ate one bite at a time with relish and soon, the meal was over. This time, she didn't dare to let Yunyun stay and trouble him. She brought Yunyun into the room to clean up the dishes. Yunyun was very sensible. She had watched her clean up since she was young and would even obediently help by the side. When she was done and came out, she saw Mo Jinyan leaning against the sofa alone. His eyes were closed and he seemed to be asleep. She was stunned. She saw that his legs were very long. Actually, his body was very well proportioned. His long legs looked very well proportioned, but his body was very slender. And that face. She looked like she was supposed to be cold, but she was really asleep, and she looked very delicate. His brows were slightly furrowed. Even when he was asleep, he still looked a little fierce. She had to admit that this man was very handsome, at least he was the kind of man that she would like just by looking at his face. Mu-Firan actually didn't have any requirements for a man's looks. Otherwise, she wouldn't have married Mo Ding after seeing so many handsome men in the entertainment industry. However, this man gave her a different feeling. Actually, a man's good looks had its uses. He was indeed more pleasing to the eye. Was it because she had been injured at Mo Ding's place that her standards for choosing men were different now? She quickly patted her face and thought speechlessly, what did she mean by choosing men? This man was Mo Jinyan, Hei-Ying. She was too silly to think of him as a man. Chapter 831. Meanwhile, S-City. Gu Jingze and Lin Che returned to the hotel room. Luckily, the hotel looked nice. After Lin Che entered, she smiled and pushed Gu Jingze to the door. She looked at him and said, Gu Jingze, did you come to look for me because you missed me so much? Gu Jingze looked at her and lifted her chin. You're so bold today. Is it because? His fingers slid from her chin to her chest. Do you want it? Lin Che blushed decisively. Lin Che said, get lost. You're the one who came to look for me. You're the one who missed me. Unexpectedly, Gu Jingze didn't play by the rules. He wrapped his arms around her body and lowered his head to press against hers. Yeah, I missed you. What else could she say? Gu Jingze lowered his head and kissed her lips. He looked into her eyes and couldn't help but kiss them. He thought that her eyes were really beautiful. Then, he bit the tip of her nose and kissed it again. He then turned to her neck and stuck out his tongue to lick her throat. She looked up and said softly, no, I haven't showered yet. Gu Jingze jumped up and carried her. Let's go shower together. The bathroom here wasn't as big as the one at the Gu family's house. The bathtub was round and very suitable for two people to bathe together. He put Lin Che in and turned on the shower. The temperature of the water in the deluxe suite was constant. The water from the shower drenched her clothes. Her white shirt seemed translucent. Under the impact of the water, it didn't cover her body at all. Her flesh-colored bra with lace was completely exposed. She looked down and quickly covered her breasts. She looked at Gu Jingze shyly. Gu Jingze's eyes lit up when he saw that she could cover her breasts with both hands. She couldn't cover her lower body. It looked like her translucent body was presented in front of him with great temptation. Coupled with her bashful expression, it made her look even more charming at this moment. Although she was usually careless, she was very feminine at this time. With a little teasing, she couldn't help but feel shy. Her body was a little rosy, like a rose that had just been moistened with water. She looked tender and beautiful, making people want to swallow her. He lowered his head and held her hands that were covering his body. His eyes lit up as he stared at the ravine on her chest. It looked seductive, and at this moment, it was even more prominent. He wanted her to let go, but she refused to let go. Gu Jingze pressed his lips against her earlobe and bit her ear. Be good. Let go and let me see. Lin Che's body trembled. His voice and movements made his body itch. At this moment, he took the opportunity to pry her hand away. Ah, don't. She called out, but she still felt that he was like a hungry wolf that had spotted its prey, pouncing straight at her. He kissed and nibbled at her body through her clothes. Under the impact of the shower, this feeling was amplified. Lin Che couldn't help but tremble because of his actions. His wet clothes were already in a mess, and his body couldn't be covered anymore. The shoulder straps of his shirt had already fallen off, and his upper body, which had been washed pink by the water, was even more exposed. She reached out and rubbed his body with the warm water. The outline of his muscles seemed to become more obvious. As she touched and was kissed, her thoughts suddenly became more sensitive, just like her body. She couldn't tell what her hands were doing anymore. She just followed her instincts and started to touch his body. She liked his body. Liked his kisses. Liked everything about him. She actually liked everything about him. Just like that, the two of them hugged in the bathroom with the water splashing. Steam rose, and the heat in the room was unstoppable. After they were done. Lin Che sat there, feeling extremely hungry. Gu Jingze picked up the phone and immediately ordered food from a restaurant. He still remembered the food for the two of them. Thus, he didn't ask her and ordered the food. When he arrived, Lin Che realized that it was really what she wanted to eat. She sat cross-legged on the bed. Because she was too tired to move, she simply said to him, "Can you bring it over for me?" Gu Jingze shook his head and looked at this lazy person. "You. If no one takes care of you, you'll die of laziness. Don't I have you? You don't know that if I were to film alone, I can suffer any hardships. It's just that, now that someone is giving me instructions, why should I let myself suffer? Right? And I'm so tired today." Lin Che said seriously. Seeing Gu Jingze walk over with a small table, she thought to herself that Gu Jingze was really pleasing to look at. Because he was Gu Jingze after all. Thinking that she was being served by him, she felt very proud. Gu Jingze looked at her. She put down the food and said, "I was the one who was more tired just now." Lin Che harumphed. "Men have to take care of women." Gu Jingze said. "You're really..." The two of them sat down. Lin Che was in a good mood as she looked at the food. Because she was in a good mood today, and also because he was taking care of her, it was easy for her to be in a good mood. She smiled and called out to him, "I want to eat this." Gu Jingze glared at her. He took the spoon and put the food into her mouth. Seeing that she was eating happily, he didn't complain at all. Lin Che looked at him and then at the food on the table. "You still remember that I like to eat this?" Gu Jingze looked at her. "Of course. I remember all the things you like." Lin Che couldn't help but feel moved. She looked at Gu Jingze as she ate. She felt that the food tasted better than the food was his sincerity. Lin Che knew that even if it was an ordinary couple, there weren't many couples who would take care of each other like this. Although she only had Gu Jingze as a man, she had seen many others. Some couples could not wait to quarrel over trivial matters, and some were angry over who did the dishes and who swept the floor. How many men could be married for so long and still personally bring food to their wife's bed and feed her one mouthful at a time? But Gu Jingze could do it. Moreover, he could do more than that. He treated her so well and so meticulously, making her feel warm from the bottom of her heart. She couldn't help but feel touched for him. She looked at Gu Jingze. "Tell me, why are you so good to me? Why? Are you touched?" Gu Jingze smiled. "Don't you want to come over and repay me with your body?" Although it had just ended, he could still do it again. Scram! Lin Che looked at this playful man speechlessly. "I was thinking that if one day you suddenly stopped treating me well, wouldn't it be hard for me to adapt?" Digression: writing isn't the only thing in life. There are family, children, husband, mother-in-law, family matters, work, and a bunch of other things. I have things to do too. Because I'm alive, I'm human, so I hope that everyone can be understanding. When I'm free, I always update in the wee hours of the morning, right? I've been updating a lot these few days, and I'm exhausted. I can't update steadily. I'm sorry. Everyone can rush me, but I hope you can do it gently. After all, we're all good kids. Mwah. Chapter 832. Gu Jingze reached out and brushed aside her hair. How could I not treat you well? Why don't I give half of my assets to you? Let's see if I still dare to treat you badly then. Lin Che was only saying it casually. She didn't want him to be serious about dispelling her worries. Are you crazy? I was just joking. Lin Che really felt that this man could make people speechless when he got serious. Gu Jingze said, I'm serious. This way, you won't have to worry about what will happen in the future, right? No, I'm not worried now. Really, Gu Jingze? She shook her head and said, I believe you. What was there not to believe in a man like this? He had never thought of betraying her even when he was at his best. Instead, he had been so good to her, so she wouldn't have to worry too much in the future. She said, moreover, don't I already have 1% of the shares? That's a lot of money. Even if you don't want me now, I won't have to worry. I'm already a rich woman anyway. At most, I'll find some other fresh meat. Before she could finish, he had already covered her mouth with his hand. He looked at her threateningly. What did you say you were going to find? I was just joking. Lin Che said, speechless. As a punishment, Gu Jingze bit her on the lips. She grunted and frowned as she touched her slightly swollen mouth. He stared at her and tapped her nose. I dare you. Lin Che curled his lips. However, looking at Gu Jingze, she felt very sweet and happy. She was full and didn't want to move. Gu Jingze said, go wash up before you sleep. Lin Che said, wait. I still have to check the script. It's still with Shuiyang. Gu Jingze said, okay, go wash up first. I'll go get it for you. Come back later and lie on the bed. You're right. Lin Che said, go get it. Where's your bodyguard? I didn't bring him. What? You've been so bold recently. Gu Jingze said, I've been much safer than before. So that was why. Lin Che asked, is it because Black Hawk is standing with you now? That's part of the reason. Black Hawk used to be famous for going against the Gu family. Many hired killers came from his side. After all, he is the king of assassinations and the strongest killer in the killer organization. That sounds really scary. Alright, he's working with me now, so you don't have to worry about this. Alright, Gu Jingze patted her head as if he was patting a child. Lin Che felt that she was really something. She already had a child, but why did she still act like a child in front of him? In fact, she also knew that it really depended on the person. If she was alone, she could be a mother who could support the family, but once she was with him, she would automatically become younger. Because he doted on her too much and was too protective of her, she didn't like to use her brain or her hands when she was with him. Fortunately, she had gone out to explore in the past few years. If she had always been by his side, she might have really been raised into an idiot by him. After that, Gu Jingze left the room to get the script from Shuiyang. Shuiyang was shocked when he opened the door. Looking at Gu Jingze only said calmly, I'm here to get Lin Che's script. Shuiyang quickly said, oh, Mr. Gu, come in and have a seat. I'll go get it right away. No need, I'll take it and leave. She's still waiting in the room. Okay, I'll get it for Mr. Gu right away. Shuiyang quickly brought the script to Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze thanked him and left. Shuiyang entered the room. Bai was still there, sitting cross-legged on his sofa. She said, "Who is it? You look so nervous." Shuiyang touched his head. "Gu Jingze is here to help Sister Che get the script." "Then why do you look like that? What's wrong?" "It's nothing. I just feel that Sister Che is really ordering Gu Jingze around like a servant." Bai laughed. "Of course, she doesn't think much of it." Sigh, poor Gu Jingze. Instead of being a big CEO, he came here to run errands. And he ran quite happily. In another room of the hotel, Ping Yu had just finished washing up and was wearing a bathrobe and applying skincare products. Her staff hurriedly ran in from outside. "I saw the man in Lin Che's room come out. He's in the corridor." Peng Yu immediately stood up. Her bathrobe almost fell off. But she didn't care at all. In any case, the staff in the room had seen everything when she was changing her clothes urgently. Did she think that her beautiful body was meant for people to see? "He's finally out." After coming back from the production crew, she had gotten someone to keep an eye on the room and get them to call her immediately if there was any movement. Although no one had found out who this person was, she was sure that he was not an ordinary person. As long as she could get in touch with him, there would definitely be a lot of benefits. The staff said, "He's coming over." Because Gu Jingze wanted to go downstairs to look for Shuiyang, and Shuiyang's room was downstairs, there was still quite a distance before he could come up. Peng Yu immediately applied some makeup on herself. It was hard to see the traces of makeup on her face, but it decorated her entire cheeks, making her look very transparent and bright. Her big eyes twinkled, which made her look very charming. In this industry, many women would put on this kind of makeup. When they went out, they would look naked without makeup, but in fact, they were not naked at all. She put on the bathrobe and walked out. As expected, Gu Jingze happened to walk to her door. She hurriedly opened the door and saw Gu Jingze's straight figure approaching. She tripped, pretended to step on her bathrobe and fell down. Ouch! Her shoulders were exposed. The bathrobe was completely transparent and everything could be seen clearly, especially half of her breasts, which were almost exposed. It looked very tempting. If it were any other man, he would have already swallowed his saliva when he saw this scene. She knew the advantages of her body and was good at using them. Seeing the man in front of her stop, although she didn't look up at his expression, Peng Yu felt that he must be staring at her in a daze. After all, no one would refuse a piece of meat that was delivered to their mouth. Moreover, she had always been similar to Lin Che in some aspects, such as long legs and a thin face. At this moment, she was glad that she had always hated it. In fact, many men liked the same type of girls, so some men had many girlfriends. However, each type was similar, because everyone had their own aesthetic standards. Men had their own fixed aesthetic standards, even if others didn't understand them. However, the man in front of her didn't move at all. Chapter 833. She couldn't help raising her head to look at the man in front of her. His legs looked even longer, and the way he spread his legs apart made him look like a British gentleman. He looked very elegant. However, when she raised her head, she saw his blank expression, as if he was looking at a pile of wood. Peng Yu was stunned. What kind of reaction was that? She had met so many men of all shapes and sizes, but when they saw her, none of them didn't take the bait. That was just a little bit of attraction. She saw that she was very valuable in his eyes, so she deliberately increased her efforts, striving to succeed in one go. However, he looked at her now. Not only did he not have any reaction, but he also looked so calm. Peng Yu didn't know how to react. She could only look down at herself and then at him. She even screamed, as if she just realized that she was exposed. She began to fiddle with her clothes, trying to cover up her appearance, but in fact, she deliberately made her clothes bigger. Gu Jingze snorted. Looking at such a woman, he only felt annoyed. He glanced at her with disgust and turned to leave. In fact, he didn't encounter many women who came to his door, because he always had bodyguards with him. If there was anything, the bodyguards would directly stop them. Now that Lin Che was back, he hoped to live a normal married life with Lin Che, so he didn't bring anyone with him. However, Gu Jingze was no stranger to her naked eyes. In the past, there were many women who had such thoughts, but because there were so many of them, he felt annoyed when he saw them. Gu Jingze couldn't understand the minds of those men. Why would they be interested in other women when they already had one? Especially those men, who would still look for other women when their own women were already very beautiful. Now, when he saw any woman, he felt that they couldn't be compared to Lin Che. Whether it was their face, intelligence, or the purity of their hearts, they weren't on the same level. Comparing these people to Lin Che was like insulting Lin Che. When he snorted and walked over, Ping Yu stood up angrily. "Hey, why are you like this? I've already fallen down, and you're ignoring me." "Humph," he turned around and said, "I don't need to care. Haven't you already stood up by yourself?" His deep voice sounded so magnetic. Ping Yu felt that she was going to be drunk. Even if he wasn't a millionaire, she didn't want to let such a wonderful man go. She rolled her eyes and threw herself at Gu Jingze. "I don't care. You don't have tender feelings for the fairer sex." "I won't comply, I won't comply," Gu Jingze was stunned. Then he felt Ping Yu throw herself on him. Gu Jingze turned around and pushed her away. Ping Yu was pushed to the ground. She was so angry that she gritted her teeth. She supported herself on the ground and looked at him. "You. How could you?" But at this moment, Lin Che suddenly pushed open the door and walked out. She was just curious why it took so long to get the script. When he opened the door, he didn't expect to see such a scene. Seeing Peng Yu still lying on the ground and Lin Che coming out, she didn't feel embarrassed at all. In Peng Yu's opinion, it was normal to steal a man. She didn't mind being so direct and forceful. And the strange thing was, some men liked to be robbed. How many men had she met like this? If you directly snatched them away, they would feel excited and their vanity would be greatly satisfied. Therefore, Peng Yu wasn't afraid of snatching a man away. She stood up and looked at Lin Che. She said, "Really, this shabby hotel is no good. The floor is too slippery." Lin Che looked at Peng Yu's movements and then at her messy clothes. She was really, shockingly handsome. She narrowed her eyes and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze looked indifferent. He only glanced at Peng Yu from the corner of his eye. Lin Che's eyes froze. He suddenly had an idea. Since Peng Yu wanted to act, he would give her a full performance. She grabbed Gu Jingze angrily. Suddenly, she looked aggrieved and distressed. She shook Gu Jingze's body and said, "What were you doing just now? What were you doing behind my back?" Gu Jingze knew Lin Che well. He knew that she wouldn't look like that, especially in such a distressed and exaggerated way. If she was really angry, she would have run away in anger. Gu Jingze said, "No. Lin Che, listen to me." Gu Jingze smiled and cooperated with them. Lin Che said, "I won't listen. I won't listen. How could you touch such a trashy woman? You disappoint me. Move away." Gu Jingze quickly hugged her. "Listen to me. I didn't even touch such a trashy woman. Really, I only want you. I don't want anyone else. I don't believe it. Humph, she's already naked. Although she's so ugly, her breasts are obviously made, and her body is obviously liposuction, and her chin is almost protruding out, no man will reject a woman who sends herself to his door. Peng Yu was so angry that her face was distorted. How could she say that about her? However, Gu Jingze still cooperated. I'm not like those men. I like people like you who are natural. I won't even look at someone like her who's made. Really, I promise. He vowed with a face full of sincerity. Lin Che was still sorrowful, and he began to beat his chest. I don't believe you. I don't believe you. I'm telling the truth. Don't be angry. I don't know what to do when you're angry. Hurry up. Let's go inside. The air here smells terrible. Yeah, it smells like a vixen. Let's go. You. Lin Che, don't go too far. Who cares? Just wait and see. I don't believe I don't have a chance. She looked at Gu Jingze's back. Handsome, don't be a coward. You won't know if you don't try. My skills are amazing. I'll make you feel like you're on cloud 9. Gu Jingze slammed the door shut. Lin Che burst into laughter when she came in. Gu Jingze looked at her speechlessly. Seeing that she had laughed enough, he said, All right, I've brought the script for you. Lin Che pouted and looked at him. Humph, you've seen it. Are you really not tempted at all? Gu Jingze hugged her. Yeah, I didn't even look at it. Yours is enough for me to play with for the rest of my life. I don't like anyone else's. Lin Che's face was bright red. She pinched his hand angrily. Jerk. Outside, Peng Yu returned empty-handed. She was so angry that she didn't know where to vent her anger. This man looked so tall, but he was so obedient in front of Lin Che. How did Lin Che train him? Chapter 834. Peng Yu had to admit that Lin Che was much more difficult to deal with than she had imagined. She couldn't tell that she was good with men even though she looked so innocent. She wasn't willing to give up, but she didn't despair. She just believed that there was nothing she couldn't pry open. Especially just now, she still had a trick up her sleeve. After entering the room, she asked the staff, How was it? Did you get anything? The staff said, Yes, but Peng Yu glared at the staff. But what? Let me see. Peng Yu grabbed the camera and saw that the picture was good. The picture of her throwing herself at the man was very graceful, as if they were hugging each other. She had to admit that this kind of photography technique was good. She just had to make up a story and it would be easy to convince people. Peng Yu said, I want to see what Lin Che will do when these pictures are released. The staff member hurriedly said, But our people just went to check and there's news. Did you find out who he is? Yes, we asked and sent the picture to them. Someone said that he is. Guze, what? Peng Yu cried out in surprise. There was a lot of news about Gu Jingze these days. Because he had just become the master of the Gu family, many people knew about him. He is the master of the Gu family. Yes. Peng Yu's eyes darkened. Lin Che had met such a good sugar daddy. She was so jealous. Why was it that all the people she met were the bosses of this company and that company? But none of them were from such a big international corporation or such an ancient rich family. But then Peng Yu's eyes lit up. She didn't have many chances to meet such a person. She had met Gu Jingze because of Lin Che and had even taken such a picture with him. It was already very good to use this picture to scare people. After all, the man in the picture was none other than Gu Jingze. Peng Yu couldn't understand why Gu Jingze had been so obedient in front of Lin Che. He had been so humble. And he had even coaxed Lin Che. He was the leader of the Gu family, the head of the Gu family. How could he listen to a mere artist and treat her so well? Could it be that Lin Che had been poisoned by someone? However, it was impossible to cast a spell. She didn't believe in such a thing. But she just couldn't understand how Lin Che could make Gu Jingze so obedient in front of her. She became even more jealous. That night, Ping Yu read the comments on the internet and basically gave up the competition the next day. It seemed like the internet was full of praises for Lin Che. Because of her, the number of views had increased by several times. It seemed that there was no hope for her to make a comeback. The next day, Ping Yu found an excuse and left. Therefore, the next day, Lin Che directly won the first place. She still felt a little bored. Ping Yu didn't dare to fight with her face to face. She found an excuse that she suddenly fell ill. Although many people scolded her for making excuses and saying that she didn't dare to fight with her, she didn't care. Anyway, after a while, everyone had forgotten about this matter. She still had something to say. This was different from directly losing to Lin Che. They didn't really compete, so she could say whatever she wanted. No one had directly proven that she wasn't as good as Lin Che. Although everyone had already thought so in their hearts. They went straight back to City B from here. Gu Jingze took Lin Che all the way. As for Ping Yu, she heard that Lin Che had been confirmed to join Enchanting's new TV series. It was an ancient TV series about rebirth. There were 2 female leads, one good and one bad. The first thing Ping Yu did when she got back was to find someone to contact Enchanting and tell him that she wanted to be the other female lead, the bad one. She hoped Enchanting would agree. Enchanting didn't want to agree at first, but Ping Yu used the photo just taken to hint to Enchanting that she was Gu Jingze's woman. Seeing this, Enchanting reluctantly agreed, although he was unwilling. Ping Yu had a good plan. She thought that if she could have a relationship with Lin Che, she might be able to meet Gu Jingze again. After all, it was not easy to meet such a person. Her staff really didn't want to agree. She was already inferior to Lin Che. If she still wanted to be in the same TV series as Lin Che, wouldn't she be scolded? Ping Yu said indifferently, "What do you know? In TV series, it's easy to have bad acting skills. Although she acts as a good person, she might not be likable. A good character can easily be scolded as a saintess, but a bad character is different. I'll find someone to hype it up." Humph, so what if she's good at acting? The audience can't tell. The staff was still worried. She felt that Ping Yu couldn't win against Lin Che. Lin Che was a senior, after all. Moreover, he had been popular for so many years, so there must be something unique about him. Yu Minmin received a call from home the moment she got back. Her family had been living well these few years. Papa Yu was so fat that he needed to lose weight. Her mother's illness had also improved a lot. Her brother had also been admitted to a good school and was studying abroad. Recently, she planned to let him take the IELTS and TOEFL exams to get a scholarship and go to a university abroad. Just when everything seemed to be going well, Papa Yu suddenly called and said, "Bad news, Minmin. Papa was tricked by someone." Now, after listening to his brief explanation, Yu Minmin hurried back home. The house was quite big, so Yu Minmin found a nanny to clean up the house. Because she and Lin Che had made a lot of money from the company they had set up, she could afford a nanny, so she was more generous to her mother. Papa Yu waited anxiously at the door. When he saw Yu Minmin come back, he quickly said that he would give me some money. "As long as I can see Mr. President, he will give me money." I saw that it was a lot of money, so I agreed. Now, I don't dare to tell you. Secondly, I found out that he recorded it. He threatened me yesterday and said that he wanted me to give him 5 million yuan. Otherwise, this recording will be released and you will definitely be condemned. What should I do? Yu Minmin said, where did you meet him? I met him when I was eating out. Yu Minmin didn't think it was strange. Since he was here for money, it was fine if it was just for money. However, she still had a strange feeling that something was wrong. Yu Minmin said, give me this person's phone number. I'll see what's going on. Okay, Minmin, you have to think of a way. Papa Yu knew that it was all because of Yu Minmin that he was able to live such a good life. He didn't want to live a life of being looked down upon by others anymore. If Yu Minmin got into trouble because of this, what would happen to his family? Chapter 835. Yu Minmin looked at this and didn't dare to make the call. She felt that Gu Jingming was more experienced in this aspect, so she brought it back to Glass Palace. When Gu Jingming came back, he saw Yu Minmin in the study. He smiled and walked over to her. He walked behind her and kissed her ear. Yu Minmin was deep in thought. She was startled and looked up. She heaved a sigh of relief when she saw Gu Jingming's smiling face. She looked at him and complained, you didn't make a sound when you came in. Gu Jingming said, I see that you're thinking about something. Why? Are you thinking about me? Yu Minmin looked up. I'm not thinking about you. Oh. There's something that's more attractive than me. Gu Jingming said. Yu Minmin thought that there really wasn't. However, she was thinking about something else. It wasn't something attractive, but something that she had to deal with. She said, my dad met a swindler today. I think it's weird, so I want you to take a look. Gu Jingming sat down and said seriously, what do you mean? Yu Minmin quickly told him what had happened. The more Gu Jingming listened, the darker his face became. After a while, Gu Jingming said, did you call him? Yu Minmin shook her head. I think it's weird. I didn't call him. That's right. Give me the phone. Don't touch it. Why? Is it serious? Gu Jingming said, no. It's just that it'll be fine if you don't touch it. Then, it'll have nothing to do with you. If you call him, he might say that you're involved in the whole thing and that you knew about him spending money to see me. Yu Minmin suddenly understood. Then, you're lucky that I didn't call him, right? That's right. Someone wants money, but I'm not sure if someone is trying to lure you into calling him. Yu Minmin's heart turned cold. Thinking about it, it was indeed possible. It might be a big conspiracy against her. Gu Jingming looked at her. I didn't know that you're so smart to tell me. Yu Minmin said, I'm the boss of a company after all. I have a nose for conspiracies. When I first got the phone, I just thought that I shouldn't make the call blindly and that I should plan ahead. Otherwise, I might be in danger. Gu Jingming kissed her. Yu Minmin said, but who would want to target me? What good would it do them to target me? It's hard to say for now. Let me check the phone number first. Yu Minmin nodded. I'll leave it to you then. Yu Minmin suddenly had a feeling that he could rely on someone when he was in trouble. Moreover, this person was so strong. Gu Jingming wrapped his arms around her. Let's go to the bedroom. Yu Minmin felt that his gaze when he talked about the bedroom was a little weird. Gu Jingming smiled wickedly and picked her up in his arms. After a while, Gu Jingming checked the phone number. However, he found that it was a very strange number. It seemed to be a foreign agent's number, but it was used by spies. Ordinary people might not know, but Gu Jingming knew. Linda was an expert in dealing with spies. Linda felt something was wrong when she saw the number. She checked it and found it was the number of a foreign agent. Spies might use this number when contacting each other, because it could not be eavesdropped and the source of the signal could not be traced. Gu Jingming understood that this number could not be a simple scam. Someone must be targeting Yu Minmin on purpose, or directly targeting him. At night, Gu Jingming went straight to Chen Yuqing's house. When it came to criminal psychology, the psychologist Chen Yuqing was naturally the best. Moreover, Chen Yuqing's family had always been involved in espionage research in America. Hence, Gu Jingming went straight to the house. The Chen family looked very cozy. To put it nicely, Chen Yuqing did not want to compete and liked the countryside. To put it bluntly, he did not want to improve. He did not want to be a good professor, but hid at home and enjoyed his life. When he entered the Chen family's house, the Chens saw that the president had arrived in person. They quickly went to look for Chen Yuqing. However, Chen Yuqing was in the room, washing Shen Yuren's feet. The helper hurried in and said, "Sir." Chen Yuqing looked up and said, "What's wrong? Why are you in such a hurry? Didn't you see that he was washing your feet?" The helper's mouth twitched. After Shen Yuran gave birth, her feet were not very comfortable. When the weather was cold, her feet would feel cold. Hence, she would often soak her feet in medicinal water at night. When it was hot, she would feel very comfortable. Today, Chen Yuqing suddenly had the idea to wash Shen Yuran's feet. Shen Yuran chuckled and placed a foot on Chen Yuqing's shoulder. "That's right. Our foot washer hasn't finished serving you yet. Come on, hurry up and wash my feet. Otherwise, I'll take all the tips." Chen Yuqing said, "Yes, boss. I'll definitely be attentive. Wash your feet, wash your body, do whatever feels comfortable. If you still want to, I can even offer my body. Go away. Who wants your body? You don't have the body of a little fresh meat. But I have the skills of a little fresh meat. Get lost." Shen Yuran almost splashed the foot washing water on him. Hey, hey, hey. You can't hit me just because you don't like it. Are you a boss?" Chen Yuqing was still acting. However, they heard a voice at the door. "Why? Is this domestic violence?" Only then did the two of them react. They looked up and were shocked. Gu Jingming came in. "Hey, Mr. President." Shen Yuran jumped down. She thought to herself, "This is so embarrassing." It was seen by the president. Gu Jingming looked at the two of them with a smile. This couple's life was really interesting. "I hope I'm not disturbing you." "Why would I? Why would I?" Shen Yuran said quickly. Chen Yuqing stood up and said, "Hey, luckily Mr. President is here. Otherwise, I would have been beaten up. Go to hell." Shen Yuran quickly hit Chen Yuqing to stop him from talking nonsense. Wouldn't that ruin her image? Gu Jingming smiled and said, "You're living a good life." Shen Yuran's face turned red. She was making a scene at home and was embarrassed to be seen. She had been with Chen Yuqing for so many years and her life had become much better than before. Everyone in the family knew that she had married a rich man and lived a sweet life. In the past, people thought that she wouldn't have a good life after marrying him. Now, they didn't dare to say anything. Shen Yuran felt that she was too comfortable and had forgotten what it meant to be prepared for danger in times of peace. Gu Jingming said, "I came so late because I need your help with something." Chapter 836. Hearing Gu Jingming's words, Shen Yuran said sensibly, "Go out and talk. I'll clean up the place first." Chen Yuqing nodded. Then, he stood up, dusted his hands and walked out with Gu Jingming. Gu Jingming told him what had happened. He sat down outside and looked at Chen Yuqing. "I'm only telling you about this. I want you to help me find out which spy is behind this. I need to know what this person's motive is." Chen Yuqing looked at it and said, I don't think it's a large-scale spy operation. It's an outdated method. I've seen the latest one. My father showed it to me when I came home. This number should be outdated. From your description, I think it might be a revenge operation against Madam. Against Min Min. That's right. If it's against you, it should be more sophisticated. I think it's a private deal between the upper class. It's not someone from the upper class or the military, so it's possible that they don't understand these things. I can see that this person is knowledgeable. But it's not a big operation. They don't want to target you. Gu Jingming's eyes darkened. He narrowed his eyes and said after a long time, okay, I understand. Help me find out who it might be. Chen Yuqing said, it's easy to analyze. If this is a crime, from the perspective of criminal psychology, this person must have a motive. Why would he target Madam but not you? He's close to you and has feelings for you. Why would he target Madam? Because Madam is blocking his interests. In other words, being the president's wife is blocking his interests, Yin Suya. Gu Jingming suddenly called out this name. Chen Yuqing spread his hands. This is just my analysis. Gu Jingming knew that Chen Yuqing was just analyzing. But after such a simple description, it was immediately reflected on Yin Suya. And her fiancé, Fang Zhongmo, who was working in the military. Gu Jingming didn't want Fang Zhongmo to be involved in this. But if it was true, Gu Jingming stood up and patted Chen Yuqing's shoulder. Thank you. You're welcome. Mr. President thinks highly of me. Gu Jingming said, because my wife is involved, I think it's a personal matter. So, I can't ask the government. However, in private, he only knew that Chen Yuqing was trustworthy. After all, Chen Yuqing had been with the Gu family for many years and was Gu Jing's closest friend. Although he always called Gu Jing's a boss, the relationship between him and Gu Jing's was not as simple as that of a boss and an employee. Even if they didn't call each other friends, they definitely treated each other like friends. When Shen Yuran saw that he had left, he hurriedly walked out. Wow, what's the matter? Mr. President came personally. It was really impossible to guard against the president's visit. She leaned against the door and saw Gu Jingming's car leaving. Behind them were the president's personal guards, and they all walked away in a flash. How awe-inspiring. Such a group of people running over attracted the attention of the neighbors. Shen Yuran didn't look at him again. She turned to Chen Yuqing and asked, is it something serious? Chen Yuqing said, it's a private matter and it's not convenient for him to ask the people of the National Security Bureau, so he came to me to ask about you Minmin. He probably has a suspect now, so he left. About Minmin. She said, hubby, I think you're very capable. Why didn't Mr. President just ask you to go to the National Security Bureau? Am I crazy? It's not enough to serve a man from the Gu family. I have to go to the National Security Bureau to serve Gu Jingming. It's better for us to live a leisurely life with Gu Jingming's annual salary of tens of millions. Shen Yuran said, forget it. It was as if he cared about the tens of millions. Actually, Chen Yuqing didn't lack the money. He had given up some other work for the sake of research. However, the National Security Bureau wouldn't be easy to stay in. She just felt that it would be a waste for Chen Yuqing, who was so capable, to spend his entire life doing research without going out. However, there were benefits to doing research. No matter what, he would always be with her. She hugged him and said, I don't have much to do recently. My research is also at a bottleneck. I really don't know what to do. If you can't do it, go and play with Lin Che. It's much more lively at her place. Okay, you're right. She's going to film soon. If I have nothing to do, I can go to the filming site to see some fresh meat. She was about to float away when Chen Yuqing pulled her back. You can go and play, but you can't see any fresh meat. Yes, I know. My hubby is the best. I don't like any fresh meat, okay? Yeah, that's right. Let's go in. I'll help you massage your feet. It's a technique I just learned. Let's go. Massage more comfortably. I'll give you more benefits tonight. Chen Yuqing's eyes lit up when he heard this. He walked in with all his might. Gu Jingming returned to Glass Palace. Yu Minmin was already asleep. She was curled up on the bed, sleeping quietly. She didn't move even when he came in. He walked over, stroked her cheek, kissed her face gently, and walked out. Linda, get someone to investigate Fang Zhongmo. I'll also set up a trap for him to jump into. Linda was stunned. Mr. Fang, if he really did it, then he's no longer Mr. Fang. Gu Jingming's gaze deepened. He looked into the night sky, as if his eyes were shrouded in darkness. How dare they touch you, Min Min? Gu Jingming would never allow anyone to touch Min Min again. Especially Fang Zhongmo and Yin Suya. As his friends, they wanted to touch the person closest to him. This was something he couldn't tolerate. When Lin Che reached the office, Yu Min Min suddenly said, "There's bad news for your TV series." What? Peng Yu went to act in it. Fuck, Lin Che thought of the day when Peng Yu went to Gu Jing's place. He felt disgusted. Fortunately, Gu Jingza wouldn't fall for her trick at all. She said, she's digging her own grave. Yeah, she'll definitely be there for the opening ceremony in the afternoon. I'll inform the media to go and watch the show. Sigh, the crew was ruined by a rat. But it looks like the filming is going to be lively. At least it won't be boring, right? Yu Min Min lay there. Io, you've become more open-minded. Lin Che sighed. Yeah. Since there's going to be trouble anyway, why not be more open-minded? Otherwise, it's not good to live in trouble every day. That's a good idea. Chapter 837. In the afternoon, the start of the TV series was held. This Rebirth TV series was actually a drama with a female lead, so the company really didn't want Shui Yang to act in it. After all, the male lead's role wasn't very strong, and the female lead's role was more important. Most of the plot was about the quarrel between the female lead, and the male lead could only be regarded as a foil at most. Without Shui Yang, the male lead found by the crew was also a little fresh meat. In recent times, he was also a very popular male lead. However, he was much less popular than Shui Yang. When Lin Che arrived at the set and got out of the car, she saw a group of fans standing there, holding up Lin Che's name, which looked very spectacular. Lin Che didn't expect that there would be fans coming today, so she quickly thanked them. The scene was noisy, and Lin Che couldn't stay for long. She bowed to everyone and followed the staff inside. The crew was also very polite to Lin Che, and they watched as Lin Che respectfully welcomed her in. At first, everyone was a little skeptical about letting Lin Che replace the newcomer as the female lead. After all, Lin Che had been away for a long time. When artists returned, many of them actually couldn't make a comeback. They couldn't return to the height of the past no matter what. In this industry, they couldn't leave for too long. After a long time, the fans would run away, and everyone would be attracted by new things. Very few people would be able to look back at the original artists. After all, people were actually quite fond of the new and tired of the old, especially now that the information was so advanced. Many new people appeared every day, and there was no lack of interesting people, interesting topics, and interesting artists. So what if she came back? How many audiences would buy her? They were tired of watching her in the past, but now they were willing to watch her when she came back. However, unexpectedly, Lin Che went to participate in an entertainment program, which was the National Drama Festival. Not only did her appeal not decrease, but she also became a topic of discussion again. Therefore, everyone finally didn't think that she was the kind of person who couldn't make a comeback anymore. It seemed that she still had a chance. Today, there were a lot of fans, so everyone hurried to welcome Lin Che in. After a while, Pingyu arrived as expected. Pingyu got out of the car and saw the people inside first. She felt a little strange. Why were there so many people around? When she got out of the car, she saw that they were all fans. She frowned. She felt a headache when she saw Lin Che's name. After getting out of the car, she was too lazy to look at it again. He sat down and said to her, "Sister Che, we meet again. I'm still young and immature. I've offended Sister Che in the past. Since we're working together this time, please don't hold it against me, Sister Che." Lin Che nodded and said, "Since you've already admitted that you're a despicable person, what else can I say?" Pingyu's eyes widened, and she looked at Lin Che with even more fury. She was just saying it casually, but Lin Che didn't play by the rules either. Lin Che smiled and stood up. Without putting on any more makeup, he left the room. Lin Che couldn't be bothered to play any tricks or play any polite words with them. When she came back, her thoughts were very simple. She acted because she liked it. She wanted to do it, so she didn't want to be unhappy. She just wanted to do it according to her heart. The launch conference soon began. After the ceremony, many people stood between Lin Che and Pingyu. The two of them didn't interact much. This time, they were mainly filming their fight. But now that she thought about it, the fight was quite realistic. After the ceremony, it was time for the media to ask questions and interview questions. When the host announced, the reporters swarmed over and surrounded Lin Che, wanting to hear her speak and listen to her interview. Because the reporters knew that Pengyu wasn't a good person to interview. She didn't know how to speak and didn't have any highlights, so they didn't bother to interview her. Pengyu didn't expect such a scene. She stood there angrily and looked back and forth. She wanted to curse, but she couldn't. She gritted her teeth and looked at the damn reporters, cursing them all in her heart. Lin Che was in the limelight, and no one could suppress him. Pengyu left in anger and asked the staff to start slandering Lin Che. Hire the internet water army to slander her. Steal her role and act like a big shot. Anyway, slander her as much as you can. Pengyu thought about it. She was unhappy that she had been overshadowed by her from the beginning. She simply said, "No, I'll expose the photos of me and Gu Jingze. It will definitely be big news. Let's see if she can steal the limelight from me. What can be more popular than Gu Jingze's scandal?" Humph. The staff's hands were trembling, but they had to do it. They knew this girl's character. If they didn't do it, it would turn the world upside down. But if they did it, it was Gu Jingze. Wouldn't they have a problem? Gu Jingze came to pick her up after the ceremony. On the way back, Lin Che called the kindergarten and asked about Nian Nian's situation. Of course, the kindergarten said that everything was fine, but Gu Jingze had informed the kindergarten in advance that Nian Nian would be free for a few hours every afternoon for professional training, so the kindergarten had to hide it from Lin Che. Seeing that she had made the call, Gu Jingze said to her, "All right, Jing Yan is coming back today. We have to go back and visit her." "Oh yeah, I haven't seen Jing Yan since I came back." "You can't see her. She just quarreled with Liu Beichin and went abroad with the child." Lin Che said, "They're still quarreling. They don't quarrel often, but it's good to quarrel occasionally." Lin Che felt that this husband and wife were quite amazing. Soon, they arrived at the Gu residence. Gu Jingyan gave birth to a girl named Little Apple. Everyone called her Guogua. This little princess was born a few days later than Nian Nian, so she was considered Nian Nian's younger sister. As soon as they entered, they saw Guogua sitting on Mu Wanqing's lap, eating a big apple. Gu Jingyan saw Lin Che and exclaimed, "Sister-in-law, I haven't seen you in a long time." She threw herself at Lin Che and hugged him. Lin Che felt her passion again. She hugged him tightly and only let him go after a long while. Lin Che said, "I heard that you went abroad after the quarrel." Gu Jingyan waved her hand and said, "Don't talk about the past." "Hey, why don't I see my nephew?" Gu Jingzi said from behind, "He's busy with school." However, Lin Che went over to look at Little Apple first. She looks so much like her daddy. Luckily, her daddy is a handsome guy, so she's still very pretty. Gu Jingyan sighed. What a waste. Sigh. I feel sad just thinking about it. Lin Che lowered his head and pinched Little Apple's face. Looking at such a cute little face, he couldn't help but want to kiss and caress it. At the same time, he couldn't help but sigh to Mu Wanqing, who was smiling. Actually, I want to give birth to a girl too. Hearing this, Gu Jingzi replied quickly, "If you want to, we'll do it right away. We can go in and make a baby now." Lin Che looked up and glared at him. Gu Jingyan said, "Second brother, you can't be so direct." Gu Jingzi said, "Do you have a problem with that?" Chapter 838. Gu Jingyan rolled her eyes. I'm fine. Are you done?" During the meal, Gu Jingyan kept telling Lin Che to bring the kids along. They could go out and have fun together. It would be very loving for the older brother to bring the younger sister along. After the meal, Gu Jingyan asked Lin Che, "I saw that sister-in-law had already started filming when she came back. Is she busy now?" Lin Che said, "She hasn't started filming yet, so she's not busy for the time being." "That's great. Let's go out together later. I haven't seen sister-in-law for a long time. Let's go out for a drink and have some fun." Gu Jingzi said, "Just say that you don't want to go home yet and want to continue fooling around." Gu Jingyan looked up and glared at Gu Jingzi. "It's none of your business." What Gu Jingzi meant was that Gu Jingyan didn't want to go back and listen to Liu Beichen's apology, so she wanted to continue staying outside. Liu Beichen was a little annoying, but Gu Jingyan was too stubborn. That was why the two of them were so helpless. Their personalities clashed. Of course, Lin Che nodded in agreement. When they went out, Gu Jingzi followed them. Gu Jingyan had left the kids there. She looked back at Gu Jingzi and said, "Are you going to follow the girls out?" Gu Jingzi didn't say anything. He opened the door and went out to get the car. He turned back and said to her, "I'm worried that you'll lead her astray." Even Lin Che felt that it was enough. Gu Jingyan rolled her eyes. The three of them got into the car and went to a shop outside. When they entered, they saw that Gu Jingyan was a regular customer who hadn't been here for a long time. Seeing her come in, the manager came over to greet her. "Miss Gu, you haven't been here for a long time," the manager said. "Yeah, I stayed abroad for a while," Gu Jingyan said. When the manager saw Lin Che behind her, he was stunned for a moment before he recognized that it was Lin Che. However, they had professional ethics. In a place like this, they couldn't talk to anyone they met. It was best to pretend that they didn't see anything. He brought them to a booth inside. This was a very tasty Gothic bar. The atmosphere was quiet, and people were drinking red wine or other beverages. There weren't many people, and no one was singing. They just sat quietly and chatted. Gu Jingyan said, "The wine here is very good. I used to come here occasionally." How about I take you to try their cocktails today? Lin Che said, okay, it's okay to drink, but if I get drunk, you might have to carry me back. Okay, I will. But I'm afraid. Second brother won't let me touch you. After all, if you drink, he'll have a chance to make you drunk. Gu Jingyan laughed and looked at Gu Jingze. Gu Jingze calmly held the glass and took a sip of lemon water. No need. I can have sex anytime. I don't need to be drunk at all. Lin Che continued to glare at him and said, yeah, shameless people can always be shameless. They don't need alcohol to boost their courage. Gu Jingze looked at her. Don't you like that I'm shameless? You, Gu Jingze raised an eyebrow. Gu Jingyan couldn't take it anymore. Hey, I'm arguing. Don't you think about how I feel? You still have the cheek to talk about arguing. You were the one who wanted to marry him. Now that the child is so big, you still have the cheek to say that you're arguing. When the child grows up, you'll continue to argue and make the child laugh at you. Gu Jingyan wrung her hands. She didn't want to, but when two people were together, there would always be friction. She thought that the longer they were together, the less friction there would be. Actually, that wasn't the case. The longer they were together, the more friction there would be. This time, because of the company's project, the two of them fought. It almost caused an internal fight in the board of directors. In the end, it was old Master Lu who stepped in to mediate. Otherwise, everyone would have thought that the couple was going to go their separate ways. Why would they collude with the board of directors and draw their own forces to fight for the title? Those who didn't know better would have thought that the couple was fighting for power. But in fact, they were very persistent in their work, but they weren't so persistent when it came to power and money. It was just because the two of them had a disagreement that they wanted to defeat each other. In the end, the board of directors understood and the conspiracy theorists were furious. After the mediation, Gu Jingyan couldn't take it anymore and left. She went abroad for 2 months and only came back when old Master Lu said that he missed Guogua. Gu Jingyan said, what's the point of saying this now? Do you think I can still get a divorce? Not long after, a tall man appeared at the door. He was dressed in a suit, but his tie had been pulled to one side. He looked like he had run up and stopped at the door, panting. When he saw the person inside, he placed his hands on his waist and took a deep breath. He said, Gu Jingyan. Who else could it be other than Liu Beiqin? Gu Jingyan was stunned. She found it strange at first. Then, she looked at Gu Jingze, who was silent. He looked outside and there was no change in his expression at all. She then realized who had betrayed her. Second brother. Gu Jingze said calmly, I'm giving you a chance. Do you want a divorce or do you want to go home? Why don't you settle it quickly? What's the point of not going home? Gu Jingyan looked at Lin Che and said, sister-in-law, don't you care about him? Look at him, how can he be like this? Lin Che shrugged and looked at Gu Jingze. I think he's right. It's not a good thing for you to be outside all the time, right? Gu Jingyan said helplessly, sister-in-law, you've been led astray by second brother. Humph. Liu Beiqin came to them. He looked at Gu Jingze and Lin Che and said to Gu Jingyan, where's Guogua? What? Gu Jingyan raised her head and drank the water in her cup. She couldn't be bothered to look at him. You're taking Guogua away. How dare you ask me why? Guogua is my daughter. Why should I ask you if I want to take her away? Gu Jingyan retorted. Liu Beiqin said, she's your daughter, but she's also my daughter, right? Are you the only one who can give birth to her? Why can't I? There are so many men out there. You're not the only one who has this ability. Liu Beiqin was so angry that his face turned pale. Liu Beiqin looked at Lin Che and Gu Jingze. He grabbed Gu Jingyan with one hand and said, "Come out." "What? Come out and we'll talk." "No. Hurry up, don't waste other people's time." Liu Beichen grabbed Gu Jingyan. Gu Jingyan blushed. She looked around and let him drag her out. As she walked, she pushed his hand away. "Let go of me. I can walk by myself." Chapter 839. Lin Che watched as the two of them left. She pulled Gu Jing's hand. "When did you inform Liu Beichen in private?" Gu Jingze raised his hand and waved the phone in his hand. Lin Che nodded in realization. She looked at Gu Jingze. He had been so calm just now, but he had done so many things in secret. Lin Che saw that there were very few people in this bar. There was only a table of them, but the decorations here were especially gorgeous. She couldn't help but think, with so few people here, who knows how much money they made. When she looked down, on the red wine brand, a bottle of red wine cost 30,000 yuan. She swallowed her saliva and looked at Gu Jingze, then at the bar. "This looks like a very high-end place." Gu Jingze nodded. "I've never been here before." "Don't worry." "What?" Lin Che scratched his head in confusion. Gu Jingze tapped her little face. "I don't like bars and I don't like to drink. I won't come here to look for women." "Don't worry." Lin Che finally understood. She laughed inwardly and teased him. "I won't even know if you really come. How about I install a location on my phone for you, how about that?" Lin Che was stunned as she looked at him. How could she not trust him? There was no need at all. She was very lucky to have a man who she could trust without needing a GPS. Thinking about it, she was probably luckier than most people. It wasn't because of Gu Jing's identity, but because of the stability of their marriage. In a marriage, mutual trust was the best. She shook her head and said, "There's no need. If you want to go, there's no point in installing it. If you don't want to go, there's no point in installing it, right?" Hearing this, Gu Jingze smiled gently. He looked at her pale face and kissed it lightly. At this moment, inside, Yun Luo was walking out with a man. This man was her cousin, Situ Cheong. "Cousin, I'll tell you, I'll definitely go to your birthday party next time." "Okay. Ever since you came to Country C, you've been busy moving. Now that things have settled down, there's still a long way to go. Let's go. I'll get someone to send you out." Yun Luo sighed. "All of this doesn't matter. Sigh, it's just that with this illness of mine, there's no tomorrow." "How could that be? You're not young anymore. You can start a family and live a good life." "It's good for your illness," Situ Cheong said. Yun Luo shook his head. "Which man would want a sickly person like me?" Situ Cheong had met Yun Luo a few times when she was young. At that time, because of her congenital heart disease, she could not play with the others. She sat there alone and looked quite pitiful. Situ Cheong smiled. "You are so beautiful, there are many men who want to marry you." Yun Luo's eyes flashed. However, there was only one man she wanted to marry. She looked back at Situ Cheong. "What kind of girls do men like?" Situ Cheong said, "Just like you. Don't most men like this kind of weak girl who needs to be protected?" Yun Luo said, "Really? But I know a girl. I think she's very shrewish and rude, but there are still men who like her." She thought about Lin Che's appearance and felt that this was the impression that Lin Che gave her. Situ Cheong said, "How can a girl like her be liked?" Yun Luo smiled. She felt a little comforted. "Yeah, I thought it was strange too. I thought most men didn't like that kind of girl." "That's impossible. If a woman is too shrewish, men will only feel a headache. A girl like you who is obedient and obedient is a man's destiny. Why, does it seem like you have someone you like? Situ Cheong looked at her and smiled. Yun Luo blushed. It's nothing, Yun Luo did not know many men. Hearing Situ Cheong say this, she thought that Lin Che was nothing. Maybe Gu Jingze was just blinded for a moment, and that was why he liked her. However, at this moment, as soon as the two of them went out, they suddenly saw a scene. Gu Jingze and Lin Che leaned against each other, talking sweetly. Lin Che didn't know what Gu Jingze said, but when Gu Jingze heard it, the corners of his lips curled up, revealing an extremely charming smile. He looked at the woman beside him happily, reaching out his hand to touch the woman's cheek. He looked so warm and beautiful that anyone who saw him would feel their heart melt. But the woman beside him was Lin Che. Yun Luo was stunned. She did not expect to meet the two of them here. Didn't Gu Jingze never come out here? He must have been brought here by Lin Che. Lin Che did not know anything. He would only lead Gu Jingze astray and cause trouble for him. As Yun Luo thought about it, she saw that Lin Che had already turned his head and was looking at the two people behind him. Lin Che really thought that he was seeing things. He actually saw Yun Luo and Situ Cheong standing together. Yun Luo thought that Lin Che had seen her and hurried over to say, "Miss Lin Jingze." When she looked at Gu Jingze, the light in her eyes was obviously different. It made Lin Che feel disgusted. "Miss Yun." Lin Che looked up at Situ Cheong and was about to speak. Yun Luo said to Situ Cheong first, "This is the girl I was talking about." Situ Cheong was stunned. She was talking about Lin Che. The shrewish girl was actually talking about Lin Che. Then the two of them, Situ Cheong had not seen these rumors and did not know that Gu Jingze and Yun Luo had been thought to be related. She thought that Situ Cheong already knew that Gu Jingze was married, so she did not think about it. After all, Yun Luo was the only daughter of the Yun family. How could she fall for a married man? But now that she thought about it, if this married man was Gu Jingze, perhaps everything would be different. Yun Luo wanted to continue mocking her. That kind of feeling made her feel very good. She hoped that Situ Cheong would help her say a few bad things about Lin Che, so that Gu Jingze would know how other men looked at women like Lin Che. However, Situ Cheong looked at Lin Che and suddenly said, "Why didn't you tell me that you were back? Am I so worthless in your heart?" Yun Luo's face turned deathly pale. She looked at Situ Cheong in shock, her mouth slightly open and her eyes bulging. Lin Che hurriedly said, "How could that be? I've been busy since I came back. I didn't know if you were still in Country C." Gu Jingze blocked her way. He looked at Situ Cheong and said coldly, "Why do you matter to her?" Situ Cheong tilted her head and sneered at Gu Jingze. "What's wrong? You can ask her if I'm important to her." Gu Jingze looked at Lin Che threateningly. It was as if he was saying that if she dared to say that she did, he would make her suffer today. Lin Che was being glared at by Gu Jingze and Situ Cheong. She was speechless and did not know what to say. Situ Cheong was her master and her friend. How could she not matter? She said, "This. I." Chapter 840. Lin Che looked at the two of them and quickly found a topic. "Why are you here, Situ?" Situ Cheong said, "My family owns this place." "Ha." Gu Jingze said, "No wonder the business is so bad." Lin Che thought about it. He didn't say that just now. Situ Cheong said, I remember that your sister is a frequent customer of our family. She spends at least 10 million a year." Gu Jingze said, "It's okay to help the poor occasionally." Lin Che really had to give it to Gu Jingze. How could he not be so mean? Yun Luo was shocked. He looked at Situ Cheong and the others and asked, "Do you know each other?" Lin Che looked at them and asked the same question, "Why are you together?" Situ Cheong said, "Oh, this is my cousin." Lin Che's mouth twitched. What a small world. But it was understandable. Just like the marriage between the Gu family and the Lu family, it was understandable that Situ Cheong and the Yun family were relatives. It was easy to imagine the complicated relationships between rich families. Gu Jingzi said, "All right, I don't know if Jing Yan will come back. Let's go first." He grabbed Lin Che's hand. Situ Cheong grabbed his other hand too. "Hey, why are you leaving when we just met?" "Lin Che, are you serious? Is this how you treat your master? A master for a day is a father for life. You're burning bridges after crossing the river." Gu Jingzi turned around and saw Situ Cheong's hand grabbing his. Her eyes had turned from calm to dark. The corners of his mouth curled up into a dissatisfied angle. He still dared to touch Lin Che. Gu Jingzi pulled harder, and Lin Che was dragged behind him. Gu Jingzi looked at Situ Cheong fiercely. Situ Cheong didn't want to be outdone. "Gu Jingzi, what do you mean? I can't even talk to Lin Che. She's your wife, not your slave." "Situ Cheong, say that again. What's wrong? Am I wrong?" "Situ Cheong." Gu Jingzi's voice was heavy. The Gu family's bodyguards almost rushed in. Situ Cheong narrowed her eyes. "Everyone, block the way. Don't let anyone in. I want to see if someone really wants to smash my shop." He directly ordered the security guards in the bar. The security guard hurriedly stepped forward to stop them. Although the bodyguards trained by Situ Cheong were not as good as the bodyguards trained by the Gu family, they were not ordinary people after all. The Gu family's bodyguards wouldn't approach them casually. The security guards looked at the Gu family's badges and didn't dare to provoke them. The two groups of people confronted each other at the door. There were also two tall men confronting each other. As for Lin Che, he was about to go crazy. What were they doing? "Hey, stop messing around. There are other guests here. Don't let them laugh at you, okay?" Lin Che said. Situ Cheong looked at Lin Che and said, "It's okay. This is my place. Whoever dares to laugh at me will definitely be chased out by me. You should know me. I have a bad temper. Understand him." Why did Lin Che want to understand him? When Gu Jingzi heard his deliberate provocation, he exploded again. "Situ Cheong, I think you don't want to live anymore." Lin Che looked at the two of them speechlessly. Seeing that they were about to fight, he reached out and pushed them away. "All right, don't act like children, okay? You." Gu Jingzi was pushed away. He took a step forward and wanted to say something, but Lin Che stopped him. "All right, Gu Jingzi. If you keep messing around, I'll go back to America right now." Although Gu Jingzi was still angry, he could only stand there and not move. Lin Che then said to Situ Cheong, "You too. Don't talk nonsense. Don't provoke people like a child. How old are you? You're all bosses and CEOs. Don't you feel embarrassed making a scene in front of your employees?" Gu Jingzi's face became darker and darker. The bodyguards who were watching thought that he was about to lose his temper. They had never seen Gu Jingzi lose his temper before. They just thought that he would be very scary when he was angry. However, to everyone's surprise, Gu Jingzi just stood there silently with his head lowered. He did not dare to say a word in rebuttal. He was like a child who had just been reprimanded by his mother. Although he was unhappy, he didn't dare to show it, this Gu Jingzi. He pampered his little woman too much. Not only was he not angry in front of so many people, he even listened to Lin Che. Situ Cheong could only stand there and look at Lin Che calmly. Alright, I just wanted to talk to you a little more. I'm not planning to leave anyway. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. She dared to say that there would be opportunities in the future. Gu Jingze stared at Situ Cheong. If it wasn't for the fact that he helped Lin Che, he would have killed him long ago. He dared to covet Lin Che, he couldn't even have such thoughts. Moreover, he had provoked him time and time again. At this time, Liu Beichen came in. He was shocked when he saw the scene. Hey, what's going on? I haven't seen you in a while. Is there going to be a world war? Situ Cheong's expression softened. She turned around and looked at Liu Beichen. Liu Beichen seemed to have just settled some family matters. He looked relaxed and sloppy, as if he wanted to join in the fun. He looked at Lin Che and smiled with his hands in his pockets. Little Che, you're finally back. If you didn't come back, Gu Jingze's arms would have developed 6 muscles. He was mocking Gu Jingze for using his hands to satisfy his physical needs. Lin Che blushed when he heard this. This Liu Beichen was really not serious. He walked over and stood next to Lin Che. Situ Cheong, on the other hand, didn't expect Lin Che to be related to this little tyrant. However, when she saw the two of them together, she felt a little strange. They looked a little alike. Their faces were different, but their aura was similar and the shape of their faces was similar. After a while, Situ Cheong came back to her senses. She looked at the two of them strangely and said to Lin Che, "All right, today's meeting was a little hasty. We'll talk more next time." Lin Che hurriedly said, "Yes, yes." At this time, she was glad that Liu Beichen came. She quickly pushed Gu Jingze and said, let's go, let's go." "Why is Jing Yan gone? Did she leave already?" Gu Jingze stared at Situ Cheong threateningly. Situ Cheong slowly put her hands in her pockets. She looked at him and snorted, not showing any weakness. Fortunately, Gu Jingze was quickly pushed out, and his men followed him out. Chapter 841. Yun Luo hadn't expected Lin Che to know so many upper-class people. Situ Cheong, who had said that she didn't like her, was actually fighting with Gu Jingze over her. Yun Luo stared blankly, a complicated expression on her face. When Gu Jingze and Lin Che reached home, Gu Jingze slammed the door and entered the room. Gu Xinian was still at home. He looked up and saw Lin Che. "Mom, what's wrong?" Lin Che said, "Go play." She felt that Gu Jingze was sometimes younger than Nian Nian. Entering the room, she saw Gu Jingze standing by the window. She said from behind, "Hey, are you angry?" Gu Jingze didn't say anything. Lin Che leaned over and tugged on his back. "You're really angry." She caressed his back from behind. "You're the one in the wrong in this matter. He was just joking, but you made it sound as though it was real. If you really fought, it wouldn't look good. You wouldn't look good, and neither would I. You just let people gossip about you. Besides, fighting for no reason is wrong." Gu Jingze still didn't look back. She didn't try to reason with him anymore and hugged Gu Jingze from behind. He definitely knew more than she did. What he needed was something else. Gu Jingze paused. He was about to push her hand away when he felt Lin Che's hand reach into his shirt from behind and start touching him from the inside up. His burning chest suddenly became incomparably firm and erect. The moment her body touched his anger had miraculously dissipated. This woman was really good at attracting bees and butterflies. But thinking about it, Situ Cheong wasn't someone that everyone would fall for. He had good taste. Lin Che had been able to attract people so easily because she was too good. However, this woman was still his. Thinking about it, he didn't have any anger left. Especially at this moment. Her body was already coiling around him like a snake, making his whole body excited. He couldn't do anything to her. He couldn't do anything even if he was so angry. He turned around angrily and grabbed her hands. Okay, you asked for it. Don't cry later. Lin Che seemed to see the raging fire in his eyes, as though he was going to burn her to ashes in an instant. He was directly pushed down by him. Lin Che looked at his hungry wolf-like appearance and immediately regretted it. I really shouldn't have flirted with him. At night, Lin Che called Situ Cheong. Situ Cheong said, your company even gave me a bonus. Lin Che knew that Situ also had shares in the company. Although it was just a symbolic investment, it wasn't a lot of money. At that time, Situ had used his name. At least it had to be presentable, so he gave it to him. Lin Che said, Mr. Situ probably won't care about this bit of money, right? Do you think I'm a local tycoon like your husband? I like you. If I had known that your company is developing so well now, I would have invested more. Lin Che was very happy to hear that. That's not a bad compliment. Aren't you doing well now? You're even starting to know how to bootlick. As for you. Situ thought about it in his heart, but how could he say it out loud? He said, oh yeah, are you close to Liu Beichin? Lin Che said, I'm doing pretty well. It's just that we haven't seen each other in a long time. What's wrong? Nothing. I just realized that you're close when I saw you together today. I'm the one. I only realized that you're related when I saw you with Yun Luo today. Yeah, but she's always been in Country M, so we don't spend much time together. It's normal that you're related. After all, there are too many marriages between rich families. Are you related to Liu Beichin? How could it be? My family is small and has no background. The Liu family is such a big family. If we could have even a little connection with them, I wouldn't be so miserable. Shit. Is this what Mrs. Gu would say? You're the one who's ridiculous. How could I be related to the Liu family? Did you forget that I almost got into a fight with his sister? Oh, right. I did forget. But when I saw you standing together with him today, I felt that you two looked a little alike. That's why I said that. Lin Che said, why are you looking at me like that? Okay, I'm just saying. I'll talk to you in detail next time when I come to your company. Okay. Glass Palace. Linda said to Gu Jingming, I asked someone to imitate Madam's voice and called this number. The number they used is also a spy number. This is the recording. Gu Jingming took the recording and listened to it. Sure enough, he heard the person talking about a deal. Yu Minmin's voice was very clear. She couldn't give too much money, but the other party said that it must be 5 million. Otherwise, her reputation would be ruined. Yu Minmin bargained for a long time, but in the end, she had no choice but to agree. Gu Jingming nodded. Have you tracked this person? Yes, I've followed your instructions. Although he didn't know who this person was and he used a phone number that had no signal, Linda just needed to follow this person because Gu Jingming had a suspect. This meant that Linda had asked someone to keep a close eye on Fang Zhongmo and Yin Suya. In the middle of the night, Fang Zhongmo went out. He took a few rounds outside and finally came to a bar. The people who were looking for fun were still wandering around. There were people everywhere on the street, and no one would pay attention to this place. Fang Zhongmo said, did you get it? The person immediately said, yes, I got it. I'll give it to you, but my money. Fang Zhongmo handed over the money and the goods. Because they didn't trust each other, this kind of transaction couldn't be carried out online. It was the rule in the industry to hand over the money and the goods. Otherwise, Fang Zhongmo wouldn't have made this trip. After getting the USB, Fang Zhongmo looked in front of him indifferently. I didn't expect it to be you. At this moment, a gloomy and disappointed voice came from behind. Fang Zhongmo's face flashed with surprise. He turned around and saw Gu Jingming coming out with his men. He took a step forward. Fang Zhongmo's eyes moved. He looked at the guards behind him, each of them in a state of readiness for battle. Fang Zhongmo laughed and said, "What are you going to do now? Arrest me and bring me to the National Security Agency." Gu Jingming said, "Zhongmo, Minmin is innocent. Why did you touch her?" Fang Zhongmo looked at him. "Don't you know why?" Gu Jingming frowned. "For Yin Suya. Zhongmo, you and I are brothers. Now, because of a woman, you betrayed me so easily." "A woman? She may be a casual woman to you, but to me, she's the woman I love." Chapter 842. Gu Jingming shook his head and sneered at him. But the gap between them had been there for a long time. Gu Jingming was even more disappointed in him now that he had started to play tricks behind his back. Fang Zhongmo had thought that Yu Minmin wasn't that smart and would definitely fall for it. But he hadn't expected that she would tell Gu Jingming first. He considered himself unlucky, but it was a pity that he hadn't been able to help Yin Suya. He threw away the flash drive in his hand and looked at Gu Jingming, then at the people behind him. "What do you want? Just tell me." Gu Jingming said, "What should I do with you?" Fang Zhongmo laughed again. "Yu Minmin is nothing. For Yu Minmin, you abandoned us first. You abandoned Suya first. You didn't see her sadness at all. You didn't care about our relationship for so many years. If you still want to be my brother, let me go and let Yu Minmin go. Otherwise, we won't be able to get along. You're not the Gu Jingming I know. Let you go. Then what? Let you continue to be stubborn." Fang Zhongmo stepped forward. "What else do you want? Come on, tell me what you want." He bumped into Gu Jingming. Their bodies collided, and the provocation was obvious. Gu Jingming didn't say a word. He just stood there and took a step back. "Come on, come on. Come on if you're a man," Fang Zhongmo continued to provoke him with a ferocious expression. Gu Jingming burst out of his tolerance and grabbed Fang Zhongmo's collar. "Fang Zhongmo, listen to me. I won't allow you to do this again. Do you want to go against me? Then come. I can tell you that I'm not afraid of making things difficult for you, nor am I afraid of making things worse. But remember this, don't regret it." He directly shouted to the people behind him, "Bring Fang Zhongmo up." The bodyguards came forward immediately. But Fang Zhongmo was from a military family and the servants behind him were all from the special forces. They were loyal to the Fang family. The bodyguards might not be able to gain anything from fighting with them. At this moment, Fang Zhongmo's men rushed forward from behind. They protected Fang Zhongmo and didn't let anyone get close. Gu Jingming looked at him and said, "Are you going against the law now? Are you going against the entire glass palace? You are not the law, Gu Jingming. What right do you have to arrest me?" Fang Zhongmo shouted. Gu Jingming said, "The flash drive you threw away is the evidence of your fraud. You are a fraud. Ha, even if it's a scam, it shouldn't be the guards coming to arrest me, right? The president's personal guards have the right to act first when they foresee danger and report later to protect the president's safety," Gu Jing said. "All right, come and catch me then. Think about how you'll benefit from breaking ties with the Fang family just for Yu Minmin. Have you forgotten that the Fang family has always been the leader of the highest military academy in Sea Country? Many of the generals in Sea Country are my father's students. Gu Jingming said, I can't even protect my own woman. How can I protect so many people? I don't care who you are or who you will offend. Whoever dares to touch my woman, I won't let it go easily. Fang Zhongmo was startled. For the sake of a woman, he used his status as the president to suppress others. Did he really not care about anything else? Gu Jingming raised his hand slightly and said to the people behind him, arrest Fang Zhongmo for me. When Fang Zhongmo heard his order, he made up his mind and said, all of you, attack him. Don't care about your identities. Just remember which family you belong to. The personal guards immediately started fighting with the servants of the Fang family. The personal guards fought with their fists and legs, and the servants of the Fang family did not want to be outdone. The alley seemed to have turned into a battlefield for a group fight. The people who were watching from afar thought that it was a fight between gangsters, but when they saw the fighting moves that were more exciting than those in the movies, they couldn't help but stare. This was not a brawl in the ordinary sense. This was a real fight in the truest sense. Gu Jingming looked at Fang Zhongmo through the crowd. The distance between them suddenly widened. Gu Jingming narrowed his eyes and looked at him dangerously. Fang Zhongmo snorted and walked out from the back of the alley under the protection of the Fang family's guards. Gu Jingming immediately called the police station and asked someone to issue a warrant for Fang Zhongmo's arrest. He informed all the places to issue a special warrant for Fang Zhongmo's arrest. Then, he asked the personal guards to arrest all the people who were causing trouble at the scene on the grounds that they were defying the law. Those who resisted were handcuffed on the grounds that they attacked public servants. If they couldn't resist, they could use guns. The night seemed to be peaceful, but in the circle of rich and powerful families, the news had already spread. It was just a small piece of news, but it instantly caused a huge uproar. Gu Jingming had publicly broken off relations with the Fang family, a military aristocratic family. The two families directly fought on the street outside, and now it seemed that they were going to fight to the end. Outside, there were also some vague rumors. Someone posted some photos on the internet, saying that they saw people fighting at night. It was a group fight with professional skills. It didn't look normal. However, these photos were instantly deleted. This kind of news was only known by a small number of people, so they couldn't do anything about it. However, it was not allowed to be seen by a large number of people. Everyone knew that the two people were childhood friends. Now that they suddenly fought and made such a big scene, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. It seemed that the lives of these people in the center of power were not so good. It seemed that they could cover the sky with one hand and get whatever they wanted, but in fact, it was like they were in the eye of the storm. Any movement would set off a layer of waves, making people sigh. However, now that the two families were fighting, everyone was also guessing who would win. On the surface, one of them controlled the army, while the other controlled the political power. It seemed that there was no distinction between you and me. However, Gu Jingming had the whole Gu family behind him. Even though he also had the financial support, it seemed that Fang Zhongmo didn't have the upper hand. However, did Gu Jingming really want to fight with him? In fact, Gu Jingming wouldn't get any benefits if he did. Although these top rich and powerful families were usually known by everyone, because most of them kept a low profile, ordinary people could only hear some of their movements from rumors. It was really rare to see such a sudden and large-scale fight. Therefore, many people were watching with the attitude of watching a good show. However, everyone also wanted to see the result of this fight between the top rich and powerful families, which hadn't happened for many years. When Fang Zhongmo returned to the Fang family, he was urgently sent abroad by the Fang family. Although their son had caused trouble this time, the Fang family wasn't weak. They couldn't let Fang Zhongmo be taken away by Gu Jingming and directly sent to prison. However, Fang Zhongmo was still unwilling to leave. He felt that there were things that he had not done well. The things that he had done for Suya had not come to fruition. However, how could the Fong family let him stay? Chapter 843. Fong Zhongmo's father said, "Zhongmo, you have to leave now. Although Gu Jingming doesn't dare to do anything to us, the Gu family is unpredictable. No one knows what kind of power they have behind them. If you don't leave, I can't guarantee that Gu Jingming won't do anything to you. Leave now. I've arranged for a plane to take off from the military base. No one will dare to stop you. Leave now, don't stay any longer. Father, give me one more day. That's enough. If you weren't the only son of the Fong family, I would throw you into prison right now." Fong Zhongmo's father's eyebrows twitched. The veins on his face were bulging, making him look scarier than usual. He pushed Fong Zhongmo out and ordered, "Protect the young master." Fong Zhongmo was furious. He gritted his teeth and didn't argue. But he wouldn't leave just like that. With this thought in mind, he walked towards the military base. Lin Che hadn't heard about this at home. Gu Jingze didn't tell her about it. He only told her to focus on filming and leave the rest to him. So Lin Che went straight to the set and started filming. He asked Gu Jingze to take care of Nian Nian at home. Nian Nian was too independent, so Lin Che didn't feel like a close mother. That was why Lin Che always regretted that he didn't give birth to a girl. If he had given birth to a girl, she would have felt more like a mother. That didn't stop her from loving Nian Nian. It was just more rational. After all, he was her son. Moreover, he was such an outstanding and handsome son. How could she not love him? The room arranged for Lin Che was the best. Naturally, they didn't dare to mistreat Lin Che. Although Lin Che didn't ask for it, Ping Yu asked for a presidential suite when she joined the crew. She said that he had to stay there. So, the crew had to arrange the same room for Lin Che. Otherwise, it would seem like they didn't care about Lin Che. Actually, Lin Che didn't care about it. He would just stay in whatever they arranged for him. Ping Yu didn't bother to talk to Lin Che. But just as Lin Che moved in, Situ Cheong came to visit him. Situ Cheong's arrival made the crew excited again. Seeing Situ Cheong swaggering into Lin Che's room, they were still thinking that Lin Che and Situ Cheong were still in contact. Director Yin Shangshu, who had worked with Lin Che in the past, knew that Lin Che had a relationship with Mr. Situ. However, it was Situ Cheong who had directly admitted that she had a one-sided crush on Lin Che. Who would have thought that this young master was still in love with her? She was not the only one in Lin Che's room. There was also an assistant arranged by the company. When they saw Situ Cheong, they immediately left. Situ Cheong said, "Did Gu Jingze make things difficult for you? What do you think?" Lin Che still felt angry when she thought about it. They had been messing around for no reason, and even caused her to be in trouble. "Oh right, what did you say the other day about me looking like Liu Beichin?" Lin Che asked. Situ Cheong said, "Oh, it's okay. I thought about it later and realized that my idea was stupid. It's just that the two of you look alike." "All right. Maybe all good-looking people have something in common," Lin Che said as he smiled narcissistically. Situ Cheong laughed. "You really don't hold back. Why are you running a bar now?" Lin Che asked. Situ Cheong said, "It's not just a bar. It's just for fun. It has its own gathering place and can attract some customers." Lin Che nodded. "That's right. How could a rich man only have that one business?" It seemed like he was just running it for fun. "I've bought a fencing team and sponsored some fencing competitions. I'm participating in fencing again, so I can contribute a little to it." "Really?" That's great, Lin Che said. I participate in fencing occasionally, but I've been too busy recently. Situ Cheong looked at Lin Che. Actually, he had to thank her for giving him hope and teaching him how to live. Now, he understood a lot more, and his life was not so decadent anymore. It was indeed much better than staying at home all the time. Life became more meaningful when he had his own things to do and what he wanted to do. Situ Cheong said that she would invite him to his next birthday party. Lin Che agreed, but said, I need to check the time first. I'm afraid that they won't give me a break for filming here. Situ Cheong said immediately, who would dare not give you a break? Why don't I ask the director if he will give it to me? Ah. Lin Che quickly pulled her back. If he went to ask the director, how could they not give him a break? Okay. I promise. Don't scare the director. After chatting for a while, Lin Che sent Situ Cheong out. He still had to film, so he couldn't keep him for long. When Situ Cheong left, Peng Yu saw the scene. She saw Situ Cheong chatting and laughing as she walked out. She thought that Lin Che was really good at seducing people, and he was seducing people that others couldn't. She really didn't know why these men were so blind. She felt that Lin Che was indeed a little difficult to deal with. In the beginning, when Lin Che was not here, she often slandered Lin Che, because everyone compared her with Lin Che. Therefore, when Lin Che came back, she regarded Lin Che as an enemy. At that time, she just wanted to defeat Lin Che, but she did not consider her identity and background. Now, Lin Che's background was revealed bit by bit, and her past contacts were also revealed bit by bit, which made Peng Yu feel more and more headache and annoyed. Why was Lin Che so difficult to deal with? Lin Che and Peng Yu always had scenes together when they were filming. That was the first scene today. Peng Yu was playing the role of the elder sister in this TV series. Since Lin Che was born, the elder sister, Lin Yuan, had been suppressing the younger sister, Lin Yang. But after Lin Yang was killed, another soul took over and took revenge. Peng Yu felt that she was 2 years younger than Lin Che, so she thought that if she played the elder sister, she would be younger than the younger sister. However, when Lin Che came out in the ancient costume, everyone praised him. Lin Che, who had given birth and was 2 years older than Peng Yu, looked like a 16-year-old girl. Especially after she put on the costume, she deliberately showed a lively expression, which made her look even more childish. Her skin was tender, and even without much light, it looked fair and flawless. Even the shape of her eyes seemed clear. After Peng Yu put on the ancient costume, the heavy makeup covered the original color of her skin, which made her look much thicker. Originally, when she didn't put on makeup, she didn't show her age, but now it was obvious that she was a few years older than Lin Che. Seeing this, Peng Yu hurriedly said to the people beside her, "Really, why did you find a makeup artist for me? She was so good, but I look like this. What are you thinking?" Chapter 844. No one in the crew dared to say anything. They wanted to say, "You can't blame the makeup artist. It's your fault. You have to put on heavy makeup to look like you're 16. Because the TV series was filmed from the age of 16, they naturally had to dress up younger. They wanted to look thicker on set. Anyway, when the time came, they could put on more light so that they would look fair and tender on TV. Lin Che, on the other hand, was different. Her skin was fair and tender to begin with. She only needed to put on one layer of makeup to be able to appear on camera. Naturally, she was different. Lin Che didn't care about her anymore. Once she got into character, no one would care who she was. But Peng Yu was really into character. Her vicious look on TV couldn't be more real. Everyone was worried that Lin Che wouldn't be able to keep up with Ping Yu since she hadn't filmed for a long time. However, when Lin Che appeared on the screen, he immediately became spirited. The first time, he couldn't find the right feeling, so he quickly reshot the scene. The second time, the third time, he immediately got the right feeling. It was as if he had returned to the past Lin Che. The director was very satisfied with the scene. When it was over, the director shouted for them to wrap up. He hurried over to Lin Che and said, as expected of Lin Che, "You found the feeling so quickly." Lin Che smiled. "I'm still a little disappointed, but I'll get into character as soon as possible. I like working with actors like you. I never have to worry that you can't act the way I want. You're so fast. You can finish the film in one take. You're flattering me, director." Ping Yu watched the director praising Lin Che. She snorted in her heart and said to the people around her, "What's the big deal? I don't see anything special about her." Exactly. The director thinks she's a bit powerful, so he's flattering her. At night, Lin Che was reading the script in the hotel room. Although the director was very satisfied, Lin Che could feel that something was wrong with her. She had been paying too much attention to her acting. It would probably take a few more days for her to get back into character. Just then, there was a knock on the door. She opened it and saw Gu Jingze. He snuck in, looking like a man who was having an affair. He looked around and hurriedly snuck in. Lin Che looked at him and found it funny for a moment. He pulled him in and said, "Hee hee, this feels so exciting." Gu Jingze looked at her with a dark face. Wasn't it because she insisted on staying at the set? She even made him. He ran out to see his wife in the middle of the night, and it was as if he was having an affair. However, who asked her to be Lin Che? For her sake, he, the dignified head of the Gu family, had done all sorts of embarrassing things. He stood there and lifted her chin. "So, make it up to me, do you hear me?" In the middle of the night, Gu Jingze sneaked back. At the door, he looked at Lin Che reluctantly. He wanted to hug her to sleep. He wanted to wake her up with a kiss, but he could only leave now. She said, "All right, I'll be back in a few days anyway. Wait for me at home. Remember to call me." He looked down at her chin. Yes, naggy bastard." Lin Che smiled. Seeing him turn his head, he didn't leave. After thinking for a while, she finally understood what he meant. What a childish bastard. She quickly looked around. Seeing that the corridor was dark and there was no one around, she tiptoed and kissed him on the cheek. On the opposite side, Ping Yu was just about to come out when she saw this scene. The two of them were kissing each other in front of the door. It seemed that Gu Jingze had just been here and was about to leave. He was reluctant to part with her for a while, hugging her and kissing her hard. After a long time, he finally let go of Lin Che, who was panting and blushing, and let her go in first before he left. Ping Yu snorted and walked back. She wanted to go out, but seeing that Gu Jingze's bodyguards were quickly pulling her up, she could only shrink back. She was a little unwilling. She felt that Gu Jingze treated her so sweetly. It was really rare to see a sugar daddy like him. Most of the men she had met were arrogant and treated themselves as masters, doing whatever they were told to do. However, Gu Jingze, such a capable man, actually treated Lin Che like a couple in love. It was really displeasing. Lin Che asked the director for leave for Si Tu Cheong's birthday. Of course, the director agreed immediately. He wouldn't make things difficult for her. Lin Che brought Yu Minmin with him. On the way to the Situ family's house, Yu Minmin said, "Situ has been the boss of the company for so many years, but I haven't seen him properly." Lin Che said, "That's weird. Did you send him the dividends in the past years?" "They mail him a check every time. However, Situ has been developing well these few days. I reckon he won't be interested in that little bit of bonus. He opened a lot of bars and inns, and even launched some tourist routes. A while ago, he became a sports ambassador and traveled everywhere. He won the hearts of many young girls. Everyone said that if Situ does this, he will defeat his brothers in the future and have a higher chance of inheriting the Situ family. Lin Che remembered his dispirited and eccentric look in the past. He felt happy for him that he had changed so much. The two of them entered and seemed to see Yun Luo from afar. Yu Minmin said quickly, "Let's go. Yun Luo is over there. He's so annoying." The two of them entered directly. They couldn't be bothered to meet Yun Luo. Yun Luo got out of the car. The people next to her supported her and carefully held an umbrella for her. The servants of the Yun family were used to taking care of the sickly Missy. She walked carefully, and many people watched her. Just as she was about to enter, a pack of cigarettes suddenly fell to the side. A man lowered his head to pick up the cigarettes, blocking Yun Luo's path. Yun Luo was shocked. The servant next to her shouted, "Hey, stinky old man, what are you doing? Can't you see where you're going?" The person who picked up the cigarettes was indeed an old man. His hair was gray and his clothes were ragged. It looked like he was stinky, as if he hadn't bathed in days. When he appeared, many people wanted to retreat in disgust. However, the old man calmly picked up the cigarette and looked at the person in front of him. "Hey, are you the young mistress of the Gu family?" Yun Luo was stunned. The young mistress of the Gu family. Gu Jing's young mistress. Of course, she wanted to say yes. However, her heart ached for a while. She felt that this old man's words were simply sarcastic. She glared at the old man and said, "I'm not." "Oh. No." The old man glanced at her and looked her up and down. She didn't know what he was thinking. The helper at the side quickly pushed him away. "Get out of my way. It's so smelly. You're going to stink our family's young mistress." "Io, what kind of beggar are you? Do you know where this is? How dare you come here? We're the Yun family's car." Chapter 845. The old man looked at the car behind him and was pushed back a few steps. He shouted, "Seriously, I was just asking." Another servant said, "All right, why are you talking to a beggar about the Yun family? What does he know?" "That's right. Let's go. There are so many germs." Yun Luo also looked at him in disgust. She felt that he was really too dirty. Holding her dress, she walked a few steps and lowered her head to smell herself, as if she was worried that she would be contaminated by his smell. She just looked back at him strangely, not knowing why this person was looking for Lin Che. Could it be that he was related to Lin Che? However, Lin Che's background was not good, and his family was not good either. It was understandable that he would have such a relative. After Lin Che entered, Situ Cheong came to welcome him. Lin Che presented his gift and introduced, "This is Yu Minmin. You should have contacted her through email." "Of course I know." Situ Cheong said, "Do you see her on TV often?" "I didn't even notice that the president's wife was here." "It's my honor today." Yu Minmin smiled. "There's nothing much today, Mrs. President. I'm here to visit the company's boss." It's just in name. You guys are the main force." The few of them chatted and invited Lin Che and Yu Minmin to the main table. It seemed that the birthday party was not small. Lin Che looked at Situ Cheong. "You really are a tycoon. Your birthday party is so grand." Situ Cheong said, businessmen always find all kinds of excuses to hold gatherings so that they can take the opportunity to win over people. Once a year is a good excuse, why don't we use it? Anyway, you guys eat your own food and don't worry about others. Lin Che and Yu Minmin laughed speechlessly. Seeing that Situ Cheong actually invited them inside, Yun Luo looked a little unhappy. The family servant saw this and took the opportunity to say, "Young master, what's wrong with you? Why did you invite those two women inside?" Yun Luo was afraid of the heat. Even though the room was air-conditioned, she still fanned herself with a fan. She looked very much like a frail rich young lady. They have a good relationship. These words were said jealously. The helper cursed, "What good relationship? Can it be better than our young miss? It's that woman who has nothing," but once she soared to the top like a phoenix, she hurriedly tried to curry favor with everyone she met. "Our young miss has never done that, because our Yun family doesn't need to curry favor with anyone." Yun Luo felt the same way, so he didn't say anything else. While Lin Che and Yu Minmin were sitting there eating. Outside, the old man hadn't left yet. He kept pacing back and forth. The Situ family's bodyguard had already noticed that something was wrong. He walked over slowly and said, "Hey, old man, you're asking for money in the wrong place. Go beg somewhere else." The old man looked at the bodyguard. "Is the young madam of the Gu family here?" The bodyguard frowned. Young mistress of the Gu family, wasn't that Lin Che? Many people knew that Lin Che had a good relationship with the third young master. Today, he came to receive them as a distinguished guest. However, this beggar in front of him wanted to see Lin Che. "Why do you want to see the young madam of the Gu family? If you know what people do, then go see them. Go, don't come here to join in the fun. I'll give you whatever money you want. Hurry up and leave." The bodyguard hurriedly threw a red note at him, lest he had to walk back and forth. The people here were all high officials and nobles, and it wouldn't be good to look at him. However, the old man didn't take the money. He continued to look at him. "Help me ask if the young madam of the Gu family is here." "Hey, old man, I tried to persuade you nicely and even gave you money, but you're still so stubborn, aren't you? Do you believe that I'll get someone to throw you away?" He said, "How do you know that the young madam of the Gu family doesn't know me? Aren't you afraid that people will blame you if you throw me away?" "Ha ha 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 ha, the young madam of the Gu family knows you. That's enough, hurry up and leave." "I'm not leaving. If you want to throw me away, then throw me away. Don't regret it." The old man found a place and sat down. A few bodyguards were so angry that they blew their beards and glared. They had met a scoundrel. However, someone looked at him and still didn't dare to really throw him away. Someone said, "Why don't you go in and ask Miss Lin if she knows this person? If she does, don't mess things up. It can't be. Miss Lin is such a noble person. How could she know this old man? It's better to be safe than sorry. Hurry up and go ask." Lin Che, who was inside, soon received this news. She said curiously, "Someone is looking for me." "Yes, he's just outside. We can't be sure if he's someone you know, so we don't dare to let him go." Lin Che's eyes darted around. "All right, I'll go out and take a look." She came out and saw an old man sitting there from afar. His face was dirty and he looked unfamiliar. However, looking at his pitiful appearance, Lin Che still walked over even if she didn't know him. "Old sir, are you looking for me?" The old man heard a spirited voice and raised his head. He saw a beautiful face looking at him with a strange look. Although her face was a little unfamiliar, she was very polite. The old man said, You're the young mistress of the Gu family." "Yes, I am. Are you looking for me or the young mistress of the Gu family?" Are you looking for me because of the Gu family, or is there something you need from me? Lin Che wondered if the old man kept saying that he was looking for the young mistress of the Gu family because it had something to do with the Gu family. The old man stood up and sized her up. He seemed to be scrutinizing her for a moment before saying, I'm looking for you. Looking for me? Do you know me? I do know you, but... As he spoke, his stomach grumbled. He patted his stomach awkwardly, brushing away the dust on it. His clothes were too dirty and he looked a little sloppy. Lin Che couldn't stand it anymore and said to him, Old sir, don't you have a home? Where is your home? Home. He sighed and looked ahead. I used to have a home, and maybe I still have one now. However, I often treat it as if I don't have a home. Don't you think that having a home is very tiring? Lin Che looked at the old man and said seriously, That's right, old sir, it's very tiring to have a family. But think about it, if you're tired, your family is fine, you're tired, and your lover is fine. Then, the tiredness will be worth it. The most important thing is not to work, but to know what you want. I work hard to get better material things so that my family can live a good life with me. That's enough. It's not that it's tiring to have a family, it's that you're tired because you think too much. Lin Che thought that he had a home, but he was an old man who ran away from home because he was under too much pressure. She asked again, Then why are you looking for me? You're tuning into the LoveLore Library YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support and don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.